The rain tasted of ash as it drifted down over the trident, turning the already bloated river into a sullen, gray mirror that shivered with every drop. Robb Stark reigned in his destrier on the knoll above the ford, letting the beast paw at the churned mud while he studied the encampment below. Rows of Stark banners, gray on white, the dire wolf rampant, clung to their poles in the wet, each one drooping like the ears of a tired hound. Among them fluttered the crowned stag of Baratheon. Gendry's blacksmith's hammer had been hammered into a sigil at last, the Trout of Tully, and the sunburst horse of House Karstark restored to favor. A choir of pennants, ragged, rain-slick, yet defiantly bright in the morning's pewter light. Robb drank the sight in and felt the weight of every banner, every life, tugging at the seams of his mail shirt. 5 harsh northern campaigns had stripped him of any illusions he once carried about kingship. He could still taste the iron tang of grief for Grey Wind, lost months ago beyond the Twins. Slain by men he might have called ally had Walder Frey not betrayed the river. Even now Robb longed to feel the heat of his direwolf's breath against his wrist, the shared heartbeat that had steadied him since boyhood. Instead there was only the rain, the restless horse beneath him, and the final march south toward the walls of King's Landing. He turned in the saddle. Catelyn was there, her auburn hair bound tight against the damp beneath a gray hooded cloak, fingers white upon the reins. She said nothing, but in her eyes smoldered a question older than crowns, one that asked whether the price demanded by victory would burn away the son who had been hers before winter came. "We'll break camp at dusk," Robb said, pitching his voice low so only she and his gathered commanders could hear. "Ser Brynden will lead the vanguard along the river road. Lord Bolton will flank along Visenya's hill. I'll take the main host with the young stag here." He rested a mailed hand on Gendry's broad shoulder. The boy, no, the man. He had seen 16 summers and more battles than any knight of the Kingsguard, nodded. Gendry still wore the faint bewilderment of the foundling who had worked a smithy an age ago, but the gilded antlers on his helm cast a Baratheon's shadow longer than any royal bastard's shame. "If the Lannisters open their gates beneath that banner," Robb continued, "let them. If not, we hammer until Dragonstone cracks." "The city's walls are tall," murmured Ser Brynden Blackfish, eyes narrowing. "But her belly is empty. Trade has starved since the Blackwater burned. Word is, the gold cloaks eat bark soup and call it feast. Hunger brews a sharper revolt than siege towers." Roose Bolton's pale gaze flicked over the map Robb had unrolled across his saddle pommel. "Starving dogs bite, but they die like any other. Yet beware the boy king sells words. The Titan's bastard roams the bay with reavers out of Mere. If they land behind our line," Robb lifted his chin toward the gray curtain of the south, "that water is watched. Victarion Greyjoy's longships prowl on our coin. He'd see the Iron Throne drowned if paid in silver enough. We hold the mouth. The bastard will find no beach to wet his boots." Roose's thin lip curled, conceding nothing, but his silence sufficed. It was Edmure who broke the hush, banging mud from his gauntlets. "Then dusk it is. Gods grant the wind favors Northmen this night." Darkness in the riverlands did not fall so much as seep. Campfires studded the lowlands like embers scattered across an anvil, each flame struggling beneath the rain's hiss. In Robb's command tent, the map of Westeros sprawled like a stretched hide. Candles guttered, throwing the ridges of distant mountains into flickering relief. Shadows danced over pinned markers. Every tower of the Red Keep, every postern gate, every scuttled ship in the Blackwater, each piece set upon the leather board as though it were a Syvass match and not the fate of kingdoms. Robb dismissed all but a handful of captains and Catelyn. Only when the canvassed entrance was tied behind the last did he allow himself a breath long enough to tremble. The wound in his side, stitched weeks earlier by Talisa's deft fingers, burned anew with each inhale. Blood-wet memories slipped beneath the tent flap. Talisa's quick smile as she wiped her needle, the way Grey Wind had perked at her voice and fled just as swiftly. Tomorrow held no room for ghosts. "I wish you would rest," Catelyn whispered, brushing rain from her hood. The gray made streaks across her cheeks, as though grief had taken on the color of winter. Your father would have slept the night before a siege. My father never stormed King's Landing, Robb replied, hearing the edge in his own tone but helpless to blunt it. He softened slightly. I will sleep once the crown is off the lion's brow. And then, she challenged, will you sleep when the Iron Throne is yours? Or do the kings of men forfeit their dreams for iron ones? Robb traced the map to the city walls again, finger lingering on Maegor's holdfast. If I cannot dream, mother, I must build a world where others may. He folded the hide, snuffed a candle, and forced a smile meant to reassure them both. 5 hours yet till dawn. Wake me if the bells toll. Bells? She frowned. You truly expect Stannis to ring surrender? Not him. Robb's smile grew grim. The city will. They remember Rhaegar's silver armor shining on trident shores. They remember Robert's hammer cracking his helm like an egg under a smith's stroke. And they will remember the night the direwolf howled at the gates. He extinguished the final candle, leaving only the glimmering red coals of a brazier. In the hush, rain beat upon the canvas like 1,000 drummers urging them all to sleep. Robb lay upon his cot, cloak drawn to his chin, and listened to each drop until it blurred into distant hoofbeats, an army of water marching toward the sea. Dawn rose blood-gold behind the walls of King's Landing. The clouds broke just enough for the sun to spill across Blackwater Bay, painting its ripples amber and rust where wildfire had scarred the water a year prior. A horn sounded from the northern camp. Another answered from the east. The valley between the God's Eye and the Red Mountains came alive with motion. Men forming ranks, horses leather creaking, siege towers groaning as oxen hauled them forward. Robb rode before the mass, the young wolf draped in a mantle of speared-up white direwolf fur that hung heavy past his elbows, the sword ice strapped across his back like a slab of frozen moonlight. He halted upon the low rise known as the rookery, so called because ravens nested in its lone dead tree. Beside him rode Gendry, helm adorned with freshly forged golden antlers. The boy's breath plumed in the cool air. His eyes, however, burned with the determined fire of a smith's forge. Steel remembers its making, Robb thought, and so do bastards. Look, Robb said, pointing beyond the rushes. Gates along the King's Gate wall yawned open. Gold cloaks spilled out, arraying in crooked lines. They carried spears, but more than a few lacked helms or even boots. Hunger's toll was carved into their cheeks. They stand, but they don't wish to fight, Gendry muttered, half surprised. They fear Kingsguard reprisal more than they fear us, Robb said. We will give them something else to fear. He raised a gauntlet. From the rear ranks a drum thundered, deep as the heartbeat of some great beast. 2 columns of longbowmen stepped forth, Riverland's men under Ser Brynden Blackfish's banner. At Robb's signal they planted stakes, knocked arrows, and held. Within the city, bells suddenly rang. A frenzied clamor that pealed over slate rooftops and burst like flocks of startled crows into the morning sky. Not surrender bells, but alarm, tolling the doom of a dynasty. The gold cloaks faltered, wavering at the unnatural sound. Robb waited until the note broke against the far hills, then lowered his hand. 1,000 arrows whispered skyward. They fell in an iron rain upon the ragged shield wall. Gold cloaks scattered. Some ran for the open gates. Some flung their spears and dropped to their knees, palms raised. Robb's second volley arced overhead, loosed before the first had fully landed. Somewhere a horn shrilled, the Lannister call to rally, but the raw terror of a routed levy drowned it. Guards flung torches into the hay bales lining the walls, desperate to create a curtain of fire. Smoke coiled upward, black and oily. Now, Robb breathed. He spurred his horse. The Stark line surged behind him, shields interlocking like a silver blade thrust through the city's heart. Siege towers rumbled forward, pushed by chains of sweating men. Ladders leapt from carts, and above it all howled the war horn of House Stark, mournful and ancient, echoing from the crags of distant Winterfell to the blood-wet stones of the capital. The clash at the gate was brutal and brief. The gold cloaks still inside attempted to drop the portcullis, but the gears jammed with corpses and Stark outriders. Greyjoy reavers in salt-soaked leather darted through the gap, axes gleaming. Within minutes, the inner bailey was a charnel square. The smell of fear, shit, and smoke mingled with rain-damp stone. Robb dismounted in the shadow of the barbican. He drew ice, the great sword singing free of its wolf-headed scabbard. Men parted before its edge, for it carried with it the memory of a kneeling deserter and a boy's first lesson in the ways of justice. He advanced, flanked by Gendry and by Lord Umber, who slammed his mailed fist upon the city's wooden breastwork until splinters flew. "Open, damn you," Umber bellowed. "The young wolf wants supper in the Red Keep." Inside, crossbow bolts clattered against shields. One thunked into Umber's shoulder, but the giant tore it free with a grunt and flung it back over the wall. Robb nodded to his bannermen. 24 Stormlanders hauled a ram, a crudely fashioned wolf's head of iron, into place. They rocked it back and forth in a grim rhythm, each impact cracking oak. Between collisions a hush fell, pierced only by the whimper of wind through arrow slits. After the 7th blow, the gate burst inward. Timber gave way in a roar. Robb strode through the smoke-choked arch, boot soles crunching cinders. Iron spikes jutted from shattered door leaves like the teeth of some slain leviathan. Beyond lay the Mud Gate district, once bustling with fishmongers and dockhands, now skeletal under famine's grip. Starved children peeked from shattered windows. One small boy in ragged Lannister crimson raised a wooden sword half his own height, eyes ablaze with impossible defiance. Robb paused, knelt, and offered the child a strip of dried venison from his pouch. "King's Landing belongs to its people before it belongs to any crown," he said softly. "Eat, live. Tell them the wolf has come to shepherd, not devour." The boy stared, hesitated, then snatched the meat and vanished. Robb straightened. Forward. Maegor's Keep before nightfall. High above the slums, Cersei Lannister watched the city burn from the Tower of the Hand. Smoke smeared the sky, turning the sunrise dull as beaten copper. Her green eyes, rimmed scarlet from sleeplessness, fixed on the distant wolf banners surging toward the Red Keep. Beside her, Prince Tommen clutched Ser Pounce, sobbing into the cat's fur. The queen's lips curled. "I warned them," she hissed. "Warned that wolves bite hardest when cornered. Jaime, where are you? Riding free with Brienne while your sister drowns in piss and flame." Her nails dug crescents into her palms until blood welled. Grand Maester Pycelle tottered up the stair, wheezing, scrolls clattering. "Your Grace, ravens, every rookery reports the same. The Northmen have breached the King's Gate. The gold cloaks desert in droves. Tell me something I cannot see with my own eyes, old man." She snatched a scroll, sealed with black wax, the bastard king's color. Cersei broke it open with a shaking thumb. To Queen Regent Cersei Lannister, it read in a firm, precise hand. "This city will bend its knee by moonrise. Surrender the boy Joffrey and the Iron Throne is spared sack. Defy me and the wolf will reign over ashes. Choose quickly. Aris." Cersei laughed, brittle as cracked glass. "He thinks to cow me with threats? He forgets that a Lannister lion does not yield her cubs." "Your Grace," Pycelle murmured, voice quavering. "The small folk grow restless. They remember the sack by Lord Tywin. They remember gold," she snapped. "They remember bread paid in coins struck from mines that still belong to my house. Let them gnaw." She strode to the window, the letter fluttering through her fingers. "Fetch Joffrey. If Robb Stark wants a king, he shall have him, delivered upon a spear." Outside the keep, thunder cracked, but no storm clouds loomed. Rather, the bastard of Bolton's siege catapults launched stone after stone, each painted with the flayed man of House Bolton, each trailing pitch-soaked cloth set aflame. The flaming boulders arced over the outer walls, smashing into the inner courtyard where Lannister men scrambled. Roose himself directed the barrage with placid detachment, pale eyes reflecting the fires he sowed. Robb reached the gates of the Red Keep at midday. His cloak steamed with rain and sweat. Ice dripped crimson. Behind him marched a wedge of Northmen, spears leveled. A fresh contingent of Tyrell spearmen. Lady Olenna's late pledged support following Loras's secret parley with Brynden. Arrived under banners of green and gold, filling the streets with the scent of crushed rose petals even amid smoke. The gate to the keep was sealed. From the ramparts, red cloaks lined the battlements, bows drawn. At their center stood Ser Balon Swan, cloak whipped by wind. "King in the north," he called. "Withdraw your host. This gate holds magic older than your line. Maegor's curse denies you." Robb raised ice in salute. "Maegor was a butcher," he replied. "His curses die today with the rest of his legacy." Swan hesitated. Honor flickered in his eyes like a candle before a gale. He glanced over his shoulder, at whom Robb could not see, and then shouted, "Parley!" Robb sheathed ice, climbed the rubble pile to stand opposite Swan across the moat. "Speak. The Queen Mother readies the Boy King for the wall." Swan's voice carried brittle resignation. "She would send him north as hostage to you, if the city be spared sack." A murmur ran through Robb's commanders. Roose Bolton's mouth thinned. "A hostage is a knife at night," he muttered. Robb's jaw tightened. He pictured Joffrey Baratheon, lion cub in silk, who had ordered Eddard Stark's head on a pike, a child steeped in cruelty by a mother who knew none else. The boy's life could end now, but Robb's stomach tightened. Would his father's teachings have permitted vengeance upon a child? Catelyn's voice remembered. "Do not become what you hate, my son." Robb's palms opened. Rain cooled the blood upon them. "Tell your queen," he called. "The boy's life is his own if he relinquishes the crown. He will be placed under ward of House Arryn in the Vale until his majority. The city will feed its hungry under northern grain shipments and reach for spring under a Baratheon regency. I claim the throne not for myself, but to end a war forged in lies." Swan bowed his head. "I will carry your terms." As he turned, a shriek split the air. From a parapet above, Joffrey himself burst into view, crown askew, face mottled crimson with fury. In his fist glittered a crossbow. He leveled it at Swan's back. "Traitor!" The boy screamed, voice cracked. "All of you, traitors!" He loosed. The bolt took Swan through the shoulder, spinning him into the void. He crashed upon the stones below, motionless. Silence held for one choking instant. Then Robb felt the fragile piece snap like wet twine. "Breach!" Roose commanded. Two shield-bearers advanced, rams slamming into the gate. Blackwater Septon's bells wailed anew. The Red Keep's defenders answered with volleys. Crossbow bolts peppered the Northmen's shields. A Tyrell knight screamed as a pot of burning oil cascaded over him. Robb watched, mind icy calm while the world convulsed. "Find the boy," he said to Umber. "Bring him alive, bound if need be. The Queen as well." He met Roose's gaze. "Do what you must to cow the rest." Roose's smile was thin as a whetted razor. "With pleasure." Inside the throne room, Cersei dragged Joffrey by the wrist toward the dais. The Iron Throne loomed. Ragged swords fused into a monstrous seat. In its shadow hulkied Ser Meryn Trant and a handful of red cloaks. The Queen thrust her son onto the cushioned steps. "Kneel," she hissed. "Pray to the Father for the strength you denied Swan." Joffrey yanked free, cheeks streaked with tears and smoke grime. "They cannot have my throne." Cersei slapped him. The sound cracked like tinder. "Your throne? It was Robert's. It was Aerys's. It is whoever wields the greater steel. Today that is a wolf, unless my son finds the lion's roar inside his chest." The great doors thundered. Hinges shrieked. Iron-shod boots pounded across marble. Robb Stark strode alone into the hall, ice balanced upon his shoulder. Guards at his heels wrestled fettered Lannister men, but Robb dismissed them with a curt wave. Behind him marched Gendry Baratheon, gauntlet hands clenched. Cersei's breath hitched. "So here stands the pretender who flies wolf banners from my walls." Robb's gaze flicked over the Queen, the boy, the throne of bent blades. "No pretender, your grace. Your people already kneel. Only you remain." Joffrey brandished his crossbow, fingers fumbling. I'll put you down like the dog you are." Robb advanced a step. A dog may bark, but a wolf bites. He knelt, not to them, but to set ice point downward into the stone at his feet. An unspoken gesture that he would meet them on even ground. Around the chamber soldiers tensed. "Enough," Cersei whispered. She pushed Joffrey aside and drew a thin dirk from her sleeve. The one Tywin had gifted her when she first learned a girl must keep her own teeth sharp. She raised it to her own throat. "Take one more step and you'll seize a corpse for hostage." Robb's pulse thudded. He recalled tales of the fall of kings landing to Robert's rebels. Of Mad King Aerys threatening to burn the city with wildfire rather than surrender. Histories will turn again beneath his boots. "Mother!" Tommen sobbed from the doorway where Pycelle clung to his sleeve. Gendry moved, slow as dawn. "My lady," he said to Cersei, voice raw yet steady. "When Robert fell, you held his crown. He was my father, though you never wished it. Let the wheel stop here. Do not stain the last of your house's honor with your own blood." Cersei's knife trembled. The throne room seemed suddenly small, every torch sputtering in the hush. Robb saw the queen's eyes dart past him to the smoking doors. Somewhere behind, fighting still raged. Would Bolton's men spill into the hall any heartbeat and cut down all at once? He half turned, gesturing for Gendry to pass. The young Baratheon stepped forward, removed his helm, and knelt before Cersei. "I am proof of Robert's seed, of the storm's fury that once shook these rafters. Let the storm call you sister, not prisoner." Tears cut bright rivers through the soot on Cersei's cheeks. She lowered the dirk. "You sound like him," she whispered, voice cracking. "Like Robert, before wine soured his promise." Robb loosened a pent breath. "Signal the bells," he commanded softly. "Tell the city its long night is ended. Dusk-painted kings landing in rose and violet. Fire smoldered but no longer consumed. Water wagons threaded the streets, dousing remnants. Stark soldiers patrolled not as conquerors but as wary wardens, distributing bread and barrels of northern ale uncast for the celebration yet to come. Upon the grand balcony overlooking the city, Robb stood in fresh-laundered surcoat, the direwolf sigil bright white against deep charcoal. Gray wind's pelt lay across his shoulders like a mantle of memory. Gendry joined him, wearing Baratheon yellow trimmed in wolf gray. "The small folk are quiet," Gendry observed. "They wait," Robb replied, "for justice, for peace, for the next boot to fall." Gendry nodded. "What justice will you demand of the queen and her cub?" "I will not make orphans of children for crimes they did not comprehend," Robb said. "Joffrey and Tommen will sail for the Vale under Arryn watch. Cersei will live out her days within the Silent Sisters' cloister, far from courtly intrigue." "And the throne?" Gendry asked. Robb's eyes tracked the plume of smoke rising from Flea Bottom, where new ovens baked bread with wheats shipped upriver from the Reach. "The throne is a chair made of fear. It breeds the same beneath whomever sits. I will shatter it, melt those swords into plowshares for the fields." Gendry considered. "And rule from where?" "Winterfell," Robb said simply. "A king should dwell among the hardships that forged him. From there I will convene a council, lords and common-born alike, so no one voice may drown the realm in its own ambition." A hush fell then, broken only by gulls circling the bay. The city below settled into wary twilight, unaware of the shape the morrow might take. Robb's thoughts drifted north to snow-cloaked forests, to halls warmed by hearthfire and laughter not tempered by war's grief. Could such warmth be kindled again? He pressed a hand to the balcony stone and found it cool, yet warming beneath the last kiss of sunset. Stone remembered sunlight as hearts might remember hope. Behind him, bells rang, not the frantic peal of panic, but a measured chime that rolled through streets like gentle surf. Victory's toll. Robb closed his eyes, listening. Somewhere within the sound he heard Grey Wind's distant howl, the echo of his father's voice, the beat of northern drums carrying across green hills. The realm waited, the wolf reigned, and winter, long promised, might, just might, be held at bay for one more season of fragile spring. Smoke lingered in the rafters of the small hall like ghosts unwilling to leave, curling about the beams though every window gaped wide to the moonlit night. Robb paced its length in slow patrol, boot heels soft on rush-strewn stone. The chamber, once reserved for lesser feasts and visiting dignitaries, now served as the heart of a government still too new to name itself. Rough trestle tables had been shoved against the walls, parchment maps unrolled atop them and pinned with daggers. Candles guttered beside lists of levies, of grain stores, of men too broken to fight yet too proud to beg. Between the shifting candle flames and the lamplight at the doors, the shadows seemed always to carry an echo of swords drawn at dusk. He did not remove gray winds pelt though the night was warm. The hush of wool across mail lent weight to every step. The direwolf's memory rode his shoulders and reminded each lord that the boy they once called the young wolf now wore the unspoken mantle of conqueror. Across the room, Roose Bolton lounged in a high-backed chair as though carved from it, pale eyes unblinking. Beside him, Ser Brynden Blackfish tapped a quill against a goblet, impatience pooling around his boots like restless water. Catelyn stood near the open casement, breathing the city's mingled scents of wood smoke, horse sweat and cooling stone, her hands folded tight to hide their tremor. Only Gendry seemed at ease. The new-made lord turned a short length of pig iron in his calloused fingers, testing its weight, already planning what blade might be coaxed from the metal once the forges burned clean of war. A runner burst through the door, barefoot, cheeks shining with exertion. He knelt before Robb, head down. "Raven from the Dreadfort, your grace." Bolton's gaze flicked up, thin mouth tightening a notch. Robb took the parchment, cracked the wax. A single line, penned in a precise northern hand. "The old gods watch. Your banners are seen at the wall." He read it twice, felt the chill behind the words, then passed it to his mother. Catelyn's lashes quivered. "Bran," she whispered. "He saw the dire wolves above Winterfell the moment your standard flew on Aegon's hill." Maester Luwin writes that the boy dreams of snow-covered kings webbed in roots. Roose steepled his fingers. A curious metaphor. Roots, after all, are anchors. The realm hungers for such. His tone made anchor sound like shackle, and Robb's hackles stirred. "Let us speak of hunger," the Blackfish interrupted, pushing aside his goblet with a scrape. "If the granaries of King's Landing are not filled within the fortnight, wolves will prowl Flea Bottom and men will taste flesh. The Tyrell wagons creep up the Rose Road. Aye, but slower than sap in winter. Meanwhile sightseers ride through the gate each dawn. Dorne vassals, Westerland spies, merchants smelling profit in rubble. They gorge our stores even as we patch the city walls." Robb nodded. "Ser Mace Tyrell vows 400 wagon loads by month's end and seed for thrice that in autumn planting. Olenna's letters suggest he will deliver." Roose lifted one pale brow. "Their wagons will arrive, doubtless. Yet perhaps not all will bear grain. A lion's mane may hide among roses easy enough. Lord Mace loves pageantry. Where pageantry treads, intrigue skulks beneath its hem." Gendry grunted. "We'll search each cart. With half the gold cloaks pardoned and sworn anew, we've men enough." "Men, yes," Bolton murmured. "Loyal hearts, fewer." His eyes slid to the runner still kneeling, sweat beading his brow. "You may go, boy." Leather creaked as the lad rose and fled. Catelyn stepped nearer. "The city's loyalty grows with each sack of flour, each barrel of ale you hand a starving mother. Robb, you walk the market squares each dawn. They see their king keeps no curtain between throne and street. That does more than 100 new oaths." Roose's smile was a winter sun, bright yet without heat. "Alas, hunger is not the city's only plague. Yesterday my men found 3 red cloak captains strangled beneath the dragon pit's shattered dome. Knotted cords, tongues removed. The mark of Varys's little birds, perhaps, or some new flock. An empty city breeds conspirators as a corpse breeds worms." At the eunuch's name a hush chilled the room. Varys had vanished the night of the breach, slipping away like a wisp of talcum on breeze. Some said he sailed with gold dragons enough to drown a fleet, others that he scurried through hidden tunnels to emerge in Qohor with a chest of secrets. Robb cared little where, so long as the spider's web no longer clung to the Red Keep. Yet Roose was right. No king ruled unseen knives. He turned to Gendry. Double patrols along the Blackwater wharves. Any ship's master who docks without seal of harbor master pays double tariff or weighs anchor elsewhere. Tell Ser Roland Storm to quarter his stormlanders on the docks. Fish stink less when salted by the sea air than when rotting in hold. Gendry nodded, dark hair falling across his brow. I'll see it done. Above the hall, the bells of the Great September tolled 9th hour. Robb dismissed his council save his mother, and they walked together through corridors still littered with rubble and soot. Moonlight washed the broken tiles silver. Where Lannister crimson banners once draped, gray and white now hung, dire wolves snarling toward the floor. Yet the smell of lion lingered, an echo in the mortar. Catelyn laid a hand upon her son's elbow. You have not slept since Rhaenys' hill burned. There will be time. He offered a weary smile. I found Lord Aaron's ravenry earlier, a dozen cages untouched. The maesters hid them behind walls older than Maegor's reign. With them I can speak to every corner of the realm without rider. And what will you say? That winter comes for all, so we must stand as one. He hesitated. I will ask the north to send seed and herds southward. The Reach alone cannot feed 9 kingdoms, and what once flowed up the Blackwater is raided by Sell-Sails and Ironborn. Their footsteps carried them onto a balcony overlooking the outer bailey. Torches ringed the yard below, where smith fires glimmered like captive comets. From one forge rose a deeper, roaring glow. Molten steel poured from crucible to mold. Sparks leapt high. Each flake fell like a dying star. Robb leaned on the balustrade. Tomorrow we begin melting the swords of the throne. Gendry reckons we shall need 14 days' fire to reduce them all. The iron will pour into new plowshares, nails, reaper's blades. Catelyn closed her eyes. Ned would have smiled to see a sword beaten to feed a child. She shivered despite the warm night. Yet be wary, Robb. Symbolic fires can burn those who stand too near. Tywin Lannister's pride forged half those blades. He will seethe to view them twisted to hose. He already seethes, Robb said. A raven came from Harrenhal. Lord Frey has fled there beneath Lannister escort. Tywin rides at his back with 10,000. The Craven twins open their gates anew. House Frey will drown in its own mire. Be sure of that, Catelyn muttered, voice brittle as hoarfrost. But Tywin marching means war continues. It will until steel drains from his coffers. We hold the capital, the grain routes, and soon the loyalty of small folk who far outnumber golden lions. He exhaled. Still, I will not seek Tywin's blood on the battlefield if a quill may spill none at all. Catelyn's eyes glittered. You would offer terms? I would offer an end. Hostages exchanged, boundaries drawn, north and south separate realms again if need be. My sisters returned. Pain cut through his tone at Sansa's name. The last raven from Highgarden told she rode with Marjorie Tyrell to Bitterbridge for safety beneath rose banners. Yet such safety was a gossamer thing. A sudden clatter rose from the yard, anvil ringing thrice quick. Robb's gaze snapped downward. Gendry strode from the main armory, hammer in hand, face bronzed by forge glow. At his back, 3 Stormlanders rolled a cart bearing an odd bounty. Sheaves of barley, baskets of pearly onions, leather sacks swollen with nuts and oats. Smiths heaped the food upon workbenches instead of, or, laughing like boys. Gendry turned his hammer and tapped the cart's rim. The clang echoed across the ward. Workers cheered. What game is this? Catelyn wondered. Payment, Robb answered softly. Gendry found that starving folk will trade secret sellers of food only for coin they trust, and they trust the smith who once halved his blade price to feed his street. He forges now not swords but bartered hope. Pride filled his breast for the bastard kin of Robert. Perhaps Robert's truest legacy stood below, hammering hunger into submission. In the hush, a flap of wings brushed the night. A raven landed upon the balcony's rail, head cocked. Catelyn coaxed the scroll from its leg. The wax bore the sigil of the wall, hoarfrost white, clenched fist. She unfurled the parchment. Pale moonlight revealed stark lines. To the king in the south, whom the north still calls sun. Winter breaches the wall. White shadows move beyond the fist of the first men. We are few. Send men or send none. But know the darkness marches either road. Jon, 998th Lord Commander. Catelyn's breath left her in mist. Robb's fingers tightened on the rail. The roar from the forges suddenly seemed a distant, trifling flame against the cold beyond all rivers and wars. He reread the words, each a heartbeat heavier than the last. My brother. His voice was raw. Jon. Half-brother? Roose Bolton corrected from the archway, for he had drifted near as silent as falling ash. But still kin. Kinship, alas, remains the most unforgiving chain forged in any realm. What will you do with such a summons, your grace? Robb turned, teeth bare in a ghost of gray wind's snarl. Answer it, he said. Bolton inclined his head. Shall we march the city north? A hungry host travels slowly, and king's roads crumble between here and Moat Cailin. Send veterans only, the Blackfish advised, emerging behind Bolton and ignoring the man like a shadow ignores starlight. 2,000 mounted. They can fly faster than ravens if they leave at dawn. I will command them. Catelyn gripped Robb's wrist. The Night's Watch binds itself to no throne. Yet if Jon warns of white shadows, he speaks true. Ned always trusted the boy's eyes. Robb stared into the smoky yard where Gendry divvied onions among tanners, as though the world were not tilting toward an abyss. We guard the realm, he whispered. All of it, or we are no better than the Mad King who burned his own. He pivoted back to Roose. Ready the veterans. Send riders to Riverrun to muster fresh levies southward. They will hold King's Landing with Tyrell and Arryn allies. I shall ride north at first light. Bolton's eyebrow arched higher. Your grace means to leave the throne he has yet to claim? I claim no throne. Robb's voice rang against the stone. I claimed the city to save its people. That duty done, I returned to the Greater One, shielding them from the true winter. Catelyn's eyes glistened. You would march into darkness with scarce 5,000 men. I will march with the north at my back. He drew ice from its wolf-head scabbard, lifted it so moonlight kissed the Valyrian ripples. And with the hopes of every mother who never wants her son to taste war again. Roose inclined his head, a serpent acknowledging sunrise. Not obeisance, merely observation. As you command, yet consider, Tywin Lannister gains while you ride. He will paint your departure as weakness. Then paint me a hero upon my return. Robb slid the sword home. If Lord Tywin claws at King's Landing walls while I am gone, he will find them manned by those who toppled 2 kings already. In Robert's name and mine. The pale man's silence conceded a battlefield. He turned away, cloak trailing like bloodless silk. Robb gripped his mother's shoulder. Right, Bran. Tell him the trees will not stand alone. Their king returns, though in black mail instead of white snow. Catelyn nodded, tears bright on her lashes, but held firm. Dawn pried the horizon open with the point of a burning blade. Red and gold flooded the bay, striking the masts of anchored cogs until they glimmered like pikes. Robb rode through the King's Gate once more, though now the portcullis lay hoisted and men lined the battlements in wolf gray rather than lion red. Behind him tramped the veterans. Umber spears, Karstark cavalry, tall fisherfolk from White Harbor bearing tridents hammered square for mounted thrust. The Blackfish rode at the column's head, trout banner unfurling on dawn wind. Crowds lined the street. Some waved scraps of cloth in greeting. Others simply watched, hollow-eyed but alive. A little girl lifted a wooden direwolf, its paint peeling. Robb slowed Tempest, his destrier nickering. He leaned down and touched the toy's snout. The girl giggled, and for a breath the war receded. At the mud gate, Gendry awaited, helm tucked beneath arm. He offered a roll of parchment. Charters for the Smith's Guild, he said. They pledge to mint 10,000 nails and hinges from the melted swords each month. You'll need hinges up north, I reckon, for gates that freeze. Robb tucked the scroll beneath his breastplate. Hold the city. Show them a Baratheon need not sit a throne to guide a realm. Gendry clasped forearms with him. Come back before the snows seal the neck, and bring Jon south if he's still breathing. I'd sooner bring every watchman. Robb's grin was swift, bittersweet. He wheeled Tempest. The column filed toward the Rose Road, hooves drumming a steady cadence. Wolves return, wolves return. High atop Aegon's hill, a forge chimney belched black smoke flecked with green as Maegor's swords melted, blade by blade, into the mold of a single enormous bell shaped like a snarling direwolf's head. It would toll when finished, to call the realm not to arms, but to harvest. Each peal would remind the living that iron may kill, yet iron may also till. Across the reach, word galloped ahead of ravens upon restless horses. Tywin Lannister dined at nightfall within the haunch of Harrenhal's twisted ruin, candlelight flickering across the melted walls like wildfire memories. Ser Kevin read the tidings while the Lord of Casterly Rock carved venison. The Wolf King marches north, leaving the city in storm and trout hands, Kevin intoned. He sends grain ships south, coin for roads, no tax upon salt nor fish. He melts the throne. Tywin's knife sheared clean through bone. He melts the throne, he echoed, as though tasting poison to be sure of its flavor. The fool would unmake centuries of sovereign dread for the sake of peasant favor. Does he think safe small folk birth safe kings? He thinks to win loyalty unbought, Kevin murmured. Loyalty is bought or beaten, never gifted. Tywin dabbed his lip with embroidered cloth. Prepare the host. We march for Blackwater in 3 days. A city stripped of its king is ripe for conquest. But the Tyrells will hedge their bets. Olenna treasures flowers over iron. When she sees my legions at the gates and the wolf gone, she will open them and offer Marjorie as bride to Tommen or to me if it keeps Highgarden unspoiled. He pushed his plate aside. And we will accept, until the last grain of her storehouses stocks Lannisport. Kevin sighed. And the wolf. Wolves are hunted in winter. If he rides north into snows and shadows, I need not lift a spear. The cold will gut him or the dead men his bastard warns of. Either way, when spring thaws, the realm will crave a warm lion's mane. Outside, the wind keened through Harrenhal's breeches, stone sighing like a kettle left above coals too long. Tywin listened until the note died, then rose, certain as sunrise. 5 days north of King's Landing, the Blackfish's column reached Maidenpool. There Robb found the harbor choked with wrack from spring storms and the inn-yards swarmed by Tyrell levy bands awaiting orders. He let them join, for extra swords were coin in the bank of chance. Each night fires dotted the ridges, orange constellations charting the army's progress. On the 7th eve, as they neared Duskendale, riders thundered from the vanguard. With them came a woman in mottled cloak, hood overshadowing a face smudged by road and war. She dismounted before Robb, knelt, and drew back her cowl. Arya Stark's eyes, gray as wolves, fierce as flint, locked upon her brother's. Nice crown, she said. Shock choked him. Only ice's weight across his back kept him anchored. Then he dropped to one knee and crushed her in fierce embrace. She smelt of horse and campfire and hope too long starved. She stiffened at first, then melted, arms locking round him as though to prove flesh where memory feared only ghost. When breath returned, he held her at arm's length. How? Jaqen. She glanced at shadows where none stirred. A friend with sharper faces than one. He helped me to Harrenhal, then Riverrun, then across the Trident. I heard the bells in King's Landing and knew the wolf reigned. So I came. Tears blurred his sight. He brushed grease from her cheek with rough thumb. Does Sansa know? Not yet. Rode west of the Tyrell lines. I wanted to see you first. She nudged his chest plate. You're thinner. He barked a laugh. So are you. The Blackfish approached. Your niece found us 2 days past, though she kept her face under hood. My scouts thought her a boy until she bested 3 in spear practice. His pride shone bright even through weariness. Robb slung an arm round Arya's shoulders. North we ride. Jon calls. Will you come? Her answer was a blade hiss as she drew needle. Thin, deadly, hers. I never meant anywhere else. Moonless night near Queen's Crown. The host encamped upon a ridge above the marsh. Reeds rustled in unseen breeze, carrying frog croaks and distant owls. Robb lay wakeful in his tent, listening to men snore, to fire pop, to the beating of his own heart steady as a forge hammer. Across the canvas flap, Arya kept first watch at his insistence. Her silhouette flitted like a cat's, back and forth, weight balanced on balls of feet. Dreams drifted between the flicker of wakefulness. Bran in wolf dream, running the snows. Jon atop a frozen wall, torch guttering. Ned's voice whispering a promise of spring. Shadows crawled up tent poles, resolving into figures robed in ice and moonlight. Robb's fingers closed around non-existent sword hilts. A scream tore the dark. High, ragged, cut short. Robb sprang up. Outside, Arya sprinted across starlit grass toward the supply wagons where horses stamped and whinnied. Robb followed, feet bare on chill dew. A guard lay strangled, tongue purple. Another knelt in chains of shadow, blade across throat. Blood spilled black. The killer vanished into the marsh precisely as horns brayed warning. Within moments Blackfish's men secured wagons, but the silence after the alarm felt wrong, stretched taut. Robb crouched by the strangled man. 2 puncture wounds at the base of skull, viperous. Arya whispered, "A faceless man's work. Jaqen once told me how the many-faced god drinks life quiet as dew."
Robb's gut clenched.
Assassin for whom? Bolton emerged, cloak swirling. A message was carved upon the wagon door. He beckoned with torch. There, scorched into wood by brand. "Return south or all you love dies on the road." Catelyn read it behind him, skin waxen. Tywin, or the spider, or sells words of Liss. Bolton's pale eyes glinted. "Regardless, your grace, you march with a spear pointed at your back and ahead. Perhaps the realm begs a king who stays put." Robb stood. Like Maegor on his mountain of skulls? He shook his head.
"No.
I will not trade the land's throat for my own safety. Double the scouts. Send Umber riders to flush the bogs. We move at first light." Arya wiped her blade on grass, face hard. "Let them come. I still have names to cross." Robb touched her shoulder. "Protect our mother when I cannot." She met his gaze, then nodded once, steel born of winter in her eyes. Dawn unveiled devastation. Tracks of fleeing assailants, but no captives. The column broke camp, a sea of gray surging north. By noon they crossed the neck, where warm summer gave way to damp chill. Robb breathed mossy air and felt the pull of home. At Moat Cailin, bastions rose jagged like fang stumps. The Ironborn banner flew no more. Stout Ned's veterans had rested the towers months past. There the host split. Half marched west to gather the lords of Bear Island, Deepwood Motte, and Flint's Finger. Robb rode east with the Blackfish along the King's Road's ghostly northern reach. Ravens raced them, black streaks against pewter sky. Each carried tidings grimmer than last. White walkers sighted near Crasters. Hardhome aflame with corpse fires that would not dim. Jon Snow rallied wildlings south of the wall under black banners because every sword, living or dead, must stand together or fall forever. One afternoon, amid drifts of red leaves shed early by weirwoods touched by unnatural chill, Robb halted the column. He dismounted, walked to a heart tree pale as bone, and knelt. Though he had never knelt before Godswood since boyhood prayers, now the wind whispered in a dialect older than language. He pressed his palm to the bark's face, as though to feel Bran's pulse on the other side. Snowflakes, impossible this early, spiraled onto his hair, melting like salted tears. He whispered, "Father, give me strength to save what you died for." When he rose, the air tasted sharper, cleaner. Wolves howled westward. The men drank water from horns, grim but resolute. Beyond the wall, Jon Snow stood upon the frozen shore and watched Aurora dance above the ice. The green flames shimmered like rippling silk, painting the faces of wildlings and brothers alike in emerald and violet. At his hip Longclaw hung, already nicked from more fights than he could number. Ghost padded silent at his side, hackles up. He sensed forces closing like claws. Shadows shifting behind trees though no wind stirred. The creak of bones that should not feel air. But there, on the horizon, another glow. A warmer one. Flickering campfires moving south. An army. And at its vanguard, a banner. White wolf on gray.
John exhaled fog.
Robb. Davos Seaworth stepped up, cloak snapping. Former smuggler, now envoy of a King John still half distrusted. Your brother comes, Davos said softly. With hope or with doom, that'll be the song. John nodded, eyes never leaving the banner cresting the pass. We will see which he carries. The pass of the Milkwater cut deep between cliffs, their faces crusted with rime. Robb's host emerged into a basin shimmering beneath ghost lights. Across the valley, the Night's Watch encampment sprawled. Black tents, pikes tipped with dragonglass, wildling huts rebuilt into barricades. At its center, a great weirwood fire blazed, lighting carved faces into grotesque relief. Jon rode forward alone. Robb did the same. They met between lines of men who lowered weapons but watched as hawks. Brothers stood, facing, neither fully king nor crow, both shaped by war and winter. Robb dismounted first, stepping through frost. Jon mirrored him. They clasped forearms, and the world exhaled. Your crown is missing, Jon said. Melted, Robb replied. All things melt when spring comes, even iron. His smile was tired but true. Jon's eyes flicked to the rows of refugees bundled in furs. Giants, spear wives, ragged children. Spring feels distant. Then we'll drag it closer. Robb surveyed the motley host. Tell me all. Jon's tale spilled like moraine. Of Craster's betrayal, of fist lost, of cold blue eyes and white blades of ice that shattered steel, of Mance's horn summoning giants from stone-cupped mountains, of the wall trembling under fists of the dead. Yet also of men who once raided villages now sharing fire with sworn brothers, for life clings to life against the dark. Robb listened until torches burned low. When silence fell, he drew ice yet again. Not as threat, but as promise. He drove the point into permafrost, watched frost crack. Then this sword, our father's justice, will stand here until the dawn comes, he swore. Wolf and crow, giant and spear wife, river lord and stormlander, all will fight beneath the same moon. Jon laid Longclaw beside its greater cousin. And if dawn never comes, then we greet its sword in hand. Robb's voice carried. Men around the fire straightened. I rode south to save lives from petty kings. I ride north to save them from death itself. He turned to his kneeling bannermen. Carry word. The battle for the dawn begins at the wall, but its echo will reach Summerhall and Sunspear alike. Send ravens from Eastwatch to Old Town. Every maester with candle, every smith with steel. We need spears tipped in dragonglass, arrows of obsidian. We need faith in hearts and fire in hands. A cheer erupted, ragged, hoarse, but alive. Wildlings beat spear hafts against shields. Night's Watch horns boomed. For a heartbeat, the northern sky glowed brighter, as though Aurora answered human flame. Jon squeezed his brother's shoulder. I feared you lost to crowns. Robb shook his head. Crowns are weight. Family is anchor, and anchors can drag armies through storms. He glanced at the horizon where lightning flickered. No natural storm, but the blue fire of whites. Storm comes fast. We'll meet it. Jon whistled. Ghost bounded, snow spraying. The direwolf's eyes burned red, twin embers in white dusk. Robb's veterans surged forward, unrolling banners interlaced. Stark direwolf intertwined with black crow's wing, Baratheon stag shadowed behind. A symbol unsanctioned by any herald but accepted by war. Among them Arya spun needle in figure eights, grinning feral. Overhead, the aurora rippled like silk banner of gods watching. Its green fire whispered of past ages, when first men carved sigils in cave walls and sang to the sky. Robb raised his voice. Tonight we drink. At dawn we build palisades, dig trenches, mine obsidian. We may die, but we will feed the earth with courage enough to thaw 1,000 winters." Cheering erupted again, echo rolling off ice cliffs until even dead ears might envy such life. Somewhere, hidden beyond sight, White Walkers gathered, silent, patient, and somewhere far south, Tywin sharpened swords against the day warmth returned and politics breathed anew. But for this moment, across frost and flame, men allied beneath direwolf and crow believed that dawn, though fragile, might yet be forged, blade by blade, heart by heart. Catelyn Stark knelt within the quiet of the Red Keep's sept, a single beeswax candle trembling in her hands. Marble statues of the Seven rose around her, their faces unreadable. She prayed for her sons, one crowned by war, one crowned by shadow, and for Arya whose path ran sharper than steel. Outside, the city's bells rang, deep, slow tolls sounding each time another sword was fed to the forge's maw. She thought of winter roses laid upon Lyanna's crypt, of Ned's promise never to fail his family again, a promise he kept only in sacrifice. She wept, then wiped tears and stood. Duty called, to oversee grain, to soothe lords, to hold threads of hope until her children returned. In the square beyond the sept, peasants gathered to watch sparks leap from chimneys. A young boy perched on a barrel shouted as molten steel poured out, glowing red gold. "That's a king's sword, it is." His sister shook her head. "Nah, fool, that's our supper." Catelyn smiled through the ache. A sword into supper. That would be Robb's legacy if gods were kind. Far away in drear Essos, a eunuch with painted fingertips traced pins across a new map, one where wolves ruled and queens bowed. Varys sighed. "When lions roar and wolves howl, spiders must weave swiftly or be crushed," he murmured, and plucked a silk thread dyed stark white. He began to spin. Night deepened above the wall. Snow whispered against fur tents, but within the Lord Commander's hall, fire blazed. Robb and Jon stood over a table where Bran's crude charcoal map of beyond-the-wall paths spread. Glowing embers crackled. "What of dragons?" Jon asked, voice low. Robb shook his head. "No sign since Daenerys sailed east. If they live, they burn beyond our messenger's reach. We fight with what we have." "And what we have," Jon said, "is each other." Robb stretched his hand over the rough map, fingers spanning from the wall to Hardhome. "Then let this table be our throne, and these stones our kingdom." He picked a pebble, blackened by hearth smoke, and set it upon the frostfangs. "We guard this pass. We hold until the sun rises on a world free or dead." Outside, ghost howled. Wind answered. The brothers turned toward the sound, faces lit by flame and resolve. Tomorrow waited beyond the curtain of night, claws ready. Yet for the first time in countless winters, all the realm's disparate hearts beat in a single rhythm: wolf, crow, stag, trout, and even rose. And somewhere old gods and new listened, rapt. Snow whispered across the milk water for 3 silent days before the first corpse was found upright in the river shallows, frost welding its bare feet to the stones. The dead man's ghost-white skin glowed faintly beneath the dusk. His eyes, glazed over with a layer of rime, reflected the campfires on the opposite bank like twin shards of black glass. Robb Stark crouched at the water's edge, breath feathering the air, and studied the body through tendrils of drifting mist. The corpse's hands had been hacked away, replaced by jagged splinters of ice that tapered to points sharper than any smith-forged blade. "He wasn't one of ours," Jon murmured beside him, while cloak pulled tight across his shoulders. "Wasn't a brother, either." Wildling, by the tatters of fur still clinging to his collar. Robb nodded. "A warning, then." He reached out with the tip of a spear, nudged the body just enough to glimpse the emblem carved into its chest. A crescent moon wound gaped beneath the sternum, edges crystallized. Inside, where a heart should have been, only hollow darkness yawned. A shiver that had nothing to do with the cold skated down his spine. "They're close." Jon rose, palms pressed to the haft of Longclaw. "Closer than any of us guessed. Scouts claim the fist has fallen silent."
No horns, no fires.
just the wind moaning through emptiness. Robb's thoughts leapt to the men who had remained behind as rear guard. 50 of his own veterans, 20 black brothers, 24 wildlings sworn to the watch for bread and mercy. 50 men lost without a cry. "We march tonight," he said. "No time for barriers that slow our step. I want every soul behind the new palisade by moonrise." Jon's brows drew tight. Moving an encampment this size in darkness is madness, Robb finished for him. Yet waiting here invites worse. He scanned the riverbank, where tents sagged beneath accumulating snow. Children pressed close to fire pits, mothers wrapping tatters of cloth around tiny feet already purpled with chill. If we falter, they die first, and if they die, the war dies with them. Jon glanced at the corpse again. "I'll rouse the sentries." He turned, snow crunching under boots. "Brother," Robb called softly. Jon paused. "We hold the line," Robb said. "Whatever walks out of that dark, we hold." Jon's voice was iron and ice. "Until dawn or beyond it." Night fell thick, shrouding their march in a velvet black broken only by smoldering torches and the occasional flare of dragonglass lanterns. The bitter wind howled through the ranks like some monstrous wolf, ripping banners to ribbons, clawing at cloaks. At the center of the column trudged the refugees. Old men with haunted eyes, mothers cradling infants wrapped in wolf pelt, magicians and spearwives sharing ancient songs of the then to ward off fear. Giants lumbered alongside ox-drawn wagons, each step shaking snow from slumbering branches overhead. Robb rode near the rear guard, tempest's breath swirling like steam. He watched the long line serpentine through forest shadows, silent but for the creak of sled runners and the faint jangle of harness rings. Above, the aurora shimmered like torn curtains of green silk, writhing across a sky powdered with starlight. Hours crawled. Frost gathered on beard and brow, on fletchings and stirrups, turning every soul into a pale statue animated only by the will to press north. Robb felt the ache of his wound beneath layers of fur and mail. Each heartbeat seemed amplified by the hush, as though the snow itself listened. Beside him rode Arya astride a shaggy Garen she'd named Smoke. Her eyes darted everywhere at once. Left, right, back, forward, ever the wolf pup hunting unseen dangers. "Can't see more than 10 paces, she muttered, pulling her scarf higher. "Feels like we ride inside a dream." "Then stay awake," Robb said, trying for lightness. "Dreams bite harder when you drift." A rumbling sound drifted on the wind. Robb stiffened, hands sliding to Ice's hilt. Not thunder, no clouds crowned the stars. The ground trembled faintly beneath Tempest's hooves. Arya's whisper came sharp. "Drums." The rumble deepened, a muffled percussion like countless fists pounding frozen earth. It grew until Robb felt it in his ribs. He twisted in the saddle. Shadows breached the tree line on their left. A wall of pale figures, bone-white under moonlight, eyes blazing cerulean. The sound was not drums at all. It was the synchronized march of thousands of dead feet battering snowpacked soil. "Halt!" Robb roared, voice tearing across the column. Shields, archers. Chaos exploded. Men jerked spears into walls. Giants swung tree-trunk clubs. Wildlings screamed oaths older than the Seven. Arrows tipped in obsidian whistled into the dark, each shaft blooming a starburst of azure flame where it struck undead flesh. Yet for every walker felled, a dozen more filled the gap, advancing with mechanical precision. At their center glided taller shapes, white walkers astride steeds of something not quite bone and not quite ice, blue swords flickering with frostfire. Robb wheeled Tempest toward the refugees. "Form circle. Protect the children." He spotted Soren Karstark dragging a cauldron of pitch to the fore. "Light it!" Flames roared as oil caught. From the right flank, Jon charged, black cloak streaming, long claw shining silver. He cleaved through a white, then another, each corpse shattering into crystalline shards under Valyrian edge. Ghost bounded ahead, jaws snapping limbs clean. But the wave continued, implacable, silent but for creak of frozen sinew. A white walker angled toward Arya's place in the line. Robb pressed heels. Tempest leapt forward. He swung ice in a broad arc that met the walker's blade. The clash sang like a church bell cracked in winter. Frost splintered across ice's length. The walker's expression never changed. Nothing human left behind those eyes of endless night. Thrust again. Robb parried, felt the shock up his arms. Arya darted beneath her brother's elbow, needle flashing, seeking the narrow seam at the walker's knee. The tip bit. A fracture spidered. With a howl like cracking glaciers, the creature crumbled.
No respite.
More pressed in. Giants roared, stomping entire ranks with fists of stone. Septon Maribald, once of Riverlands, raised a lantern high, chanting prayers as he hurled vials of wildfire stolen from King's Landing stores. They burst green across the field, sending dead shrieking, limbs charred to dust. Yet the living line bent. An ice spear skewered Lord Umber's shoulder, tossing him from saddle. He roared curses even as men hauled him clear. A riderless rider horse crashed through supply wagons, scattering sacks of black bread across blood-soaked snow. Robb spotted a glimmer near the walker's rear, subtle, shifting. A wedge of the enemy moved not toward battle but around it, slinking for the heart of the column where wagons carried children. Scouts disguised as whites? No, they were something worse. Pale, eyeless things that moved like water over stone, claws glinting. Shadows talkers. Jon shouted across the din, Robb's blood iced. He'd only read legend of the other scouts that hunted warmth itself. They would carve through huddled innocence in breath. He spurred Tempest. With me! Arya followed. So did 24 mounted watchmen. They cut a path, ice and longclaw flashing. Robb felt the world narrow to the pound of hooves, the hiss of steel on breath so cold it razored lungs. They reached the wagons moments before the stalkers. Arya vaulted from saddle onto a cart roof, slashing ropes. The canvas cover dropped, revealing inside a cluster of shivering babes. She crouched above them, needle poised. Robb skidded to a halt, raised ice high. A stalker lunged. It possessed no face, only a blank oval of smooth ice. Its talons sang against ice's broad blade. Robb reeled, arm ablaze with impact. Arya thrust needle into its flank, but the slender steel scraped harmlessly, unable to pierce frozen carapace. Jon arrived, Longclaw descending in a bright half-moon arc that bit deep. Frost exploded. The creature stumbled, then dissolved into drifting shards that hissed where they touched earth. The remaining stalkers paused as though sensing the Valyrian threat. In that breath between heartbeats, torchlight flared beside the wagon. Gendry barreled in, hammer raised above shoulder. He swung with molten fury, smashing the nearest beast's chest first. The blow cratered its torso. Cracks rippled. The stalker collapsed into shards. Could use hotter steel, he grunted, hefting the hammer again. Robb wiped frost from brow. Plenty where they came from. Together the brothers and Arya pushed back the stalkers. Each death fractured the enemy's rear, giving the wildling archers time to rain obsidian arrow fire. The tide shifted. The living pressed forward with renewed cries. Giants performed a thunderous charge. Wildlings rode mammoths bedecked with braziers strapped to tusks, spewing fire. White walkers began to withdraw, leaving whites to cover retreat. Within minutes, only drifts of broken ice littered the ground. Silence throbbed. Snow resumed falling, gentle now, smoothing away crimson trails. The army exhaled. Robb surveyed the living ranks. Losses were heavy. Scores of men sprawled motionless, limbs frozen in last brave gesture. But the column still stood. Fires flickered across the field where priests and healers moved, binding wounds, murmuring songs. Jon lowered Longclaw. They tested us. Robb nodded. They know we possess Valyrian steel and dragonglass. Next time they'll aim to break supply lines, not morale. Next time they'll bring the storm proper, Jon muttered. Arya wiped frost from needle. Then we bring bigger fire. At dawn, Jon convened a council within a hastily erected longhouse of pine logs lashed by rope. Outside, wargs howled, sniffing ice splinters for scents. Inside, Tongues of fire hissed up a stone hearth, casting wavering light over stoic faces. Robb sat opposite Tormund Giantsbane, whose beard boasted fresh icicles and flecks of congealed blood that steamed near the fire. The fearsome wildling leader gnawed a haunch of salted goat. "The dead gather at Frostfang's back," he rumbled. "Saw him yesterday, massed like ants in a dead carcass. More than crows in all your black keeps. And still more come each night," added Val the spear wife, silver-white hair hanging over one eye. "My scouts count 2 new host columns marching from the shivering sea." Maester Aemon's blind eyes shone milky in firelight. "The cold winds rise on every shore. We cannot outmarch them. We must anchor ourselves and make a stand worthy of song, or fall into endless night." Robb's gloved fingers interlaced. "We anchor at the wall, melt every blade that cannot cut ice, reforge into spiked chains, caltrops, arrowheads. Gendry's forges will burn day and night. Giants and mammoths will haul timbers into new ramparts at the breach." Jon leaned forward. "And if the gate fails? Then we choke the tunnel with wildfire. We collapse the bridge behind us. We force them to climb." Robb's voice grew flint hard. "For each stone they scale, 10 arrows find purchase." Dolorous Ed scratched his chin. "We've maybe 700 obsidian arrows left, M-Lord. That's counting the ones we just picked from corpses still serviceable." Gendry pushed a fresh ingot into the hearth. "We mine more from Skagos. The giant goats found a vein they're centuries deep. We just need to fetch it. That's a fortnight's sail, even in fair weather," Jon warned. "We don't have a fortnight," Robb said. "We have days." Conversation lulled. Flames crumbled logs into glowing coals. Finally, Ygritte, Jon's tacit ally, her presence still a point of scandal among certain brothers, spoke. "There are caves beneath the wall," she said, voice soft but carrying. "Deep as the earth's belly. Old gods carved them before your undulls crossed the sea. We fought shadows there once, my people. Shadows hate flame. We could run fires through the caves, smoke the dead like horned bugs." Jon met Robb's eyes. "Could be done. But if we fail, all those flames will turn tunnels into chimneys, roasting men within." Robb weighed risk. He remembered Maegor's holdfast, remembered wildfire devouring King's fleet. Yet he saw, too, children huddled in wagons, mothers singing lullabies thin as hope. "We do it," he said, "but we rig vents that can be sealed if drafts shift." "Gendry, can you craft iron sluice gates?" The smith wiped sweat. "If I have ore and brawn." "You have both." Robb stood. "Gather what you need. We ride for Castle Black by sundown. There we hold the line." Tywin Lannister sighted Blackwater Bay from the prow of his flagship, the Lion's Claw, 2 weeks after the Wolf King's departure. The Red Keep's towers still stood, but new banners fluttered. Direwolf gray beside Baratheon gold and Arryn sky blue. Ships flying rose sigils patrolled the harbor. Tywin's lip curled. Rust-splotched galleys bearing Selsail colors drifted astern of his fleet. Among them prowled ironborn longships under black kraken banners. Victarion Greyjoy, disfavored by his own king, had pledged neutrality until coin changed hands. But neutrality meant nothing when axes hungered. Kevan joined him, scanning the bastion. Walls intact, gates reinforced with fresh timbers.
No visible famine.
"Appearances," Tywin grunted. "They feed beggars with illusion. Inside, fear gnaws." He turned. "Order the trebuchets forward. If they will not yield by sunset, we rain fire." Kevan hesitated. "There are still Lannister loyalists within." "Fewer than last month." Tywin's gaze hardened. "And fewer still tomorrow if we idle. A lion's roar does not falter because cubs might startle." A trumpet pealed from Lion's Claw's mast. The fleet advanced, ironbound prows cleaving Windark Bay. From city walls horns answered, deep, resonant, defiantly calm. High atop the highest tower, Catelyn Stark stood in a borrowed mail shirt, gray cloak whipping. She watched the ships crawl closer, thoughts racing through each child's face like rosary beads. At her side stood Lady Olenna Tyrell, leaning on her cane, eyes bright with mirthless fire. "Well," the Queen of Thorns muttered, "either your son walks back through those gates within hours or we measure our coffins." Catelyn drew a steadying breath. "I choose neither." She raised an arm. Signalmen unfurled a banner, a white field bearing a red-crowned stag between twin direwolves. Across the bay, Tywin spyglasses would read it as a marriage treaty. Baratheon and Stark united under the old god's witness. A bluff but a potent one. Next unfurled a second sheet, parchment-colored, covered in ink large enough for distant eyes. An edict offering pardon to any Lannister soldier who surrendered before first stone flew. Olenna chuckled. "Mercy and marriage. How dreadfully earnest." "Earnestness is cheaper than graveyards," Catelyn replied. Below, the city's trebuchets pivoted, loaded barrels sloshing with wildfire. Gendry's forges had repurposed the last of Aerys's green doom. If Tywin hurled fire, fire would answer. Castle Black loomed like a jagged spine against furious sky when Robb's column emerged from the treeline. The wall soared above, a frozen cliff glowing pale blue beneath storm clouds bruised purple. Wind keened through watchtowers, carrying distant cracks as boulders of ice calved and crashed below. Jon rode at Robb's side, pointing out fresh repairs. A lattice of pine trunks driven into the breach, coated in boiling pitch that froze into obsidian ice. To the east, mammoths heaved new blocks into place. To the west, giants hammered stone plugs into murder holes. Fires burned in every doorway, smoke spiraling skyward like prayers. Samwell Tarly shuffled forward, parchment flapping. "We've inventoried all dragonglass," he reported, cheeks ruddy with cold. 7,000 arrowheads, 400 spears, 20 daggers, and 2 glazed chamber pots. He blinked. Someone had a sense of humor. Robb clapped his shoulder. "It'll all have to kill." Inside the old mess hall, Jon convened every leader. Tormund, Val, Gendry, Blackfish, Ed, Ygritte. One the giant whose head brushed rafters. Even Melisandre arrived through a blizzard with eyes blazing red. The Red Woman claimed flame visions guided her to the true fight. Some cursed her, some prayed, but all listened as she traced symbols in ashes, circles devoured by claws. "Night's king rides on winds of despair," she intoned, voice low as embers. "He seeks the fires of man to snuff, to birth eternal dusk." Robb resisted a shiver. "Then dusk ends here." Melisandre's gaze lingered on him. "You bear a shadow not your own, Wolf King. Be wary, lest it devour the light you nurture." He met her stare unflinching. "I have no use for riddles, my lady. Only swords and fire." She smiled, inscrutable. "Fire is a fickle god." The council resolved tasks. Gendry to forge gates, Tormund to drill spear walls, Maester Aemon to ration stores, Melisandre to light watch beacons. One volunteered to stand within the gate tunnel, anchor chains wrapped round his wrists so he might pull it closed should hinges fail. That night Robb climbed the wall with Jon, Arya, and Dolorous Ed. Wind snarled across the top, hurling crystals like broken stars. From the dizzying height, the world below seemed a parchment sketch. Ragged forest, meandering river, dots of campfires. Far north, a storm front glowed sickly blue where the dead massed. Lightning crawled inside clouds like serpents trapped in glass. It squinted. "Looks like someone spilled a jar of nightmares." Robb's breath fogged. "We meet them in 3 days, by my reckoning." Jon rested gloved hands on the parapet. "Less." Raven flew in. Scouts at Greywater Watch saw snows shift with shapes too tall for men. "They'll reach Whitetree tomorrow, then here the day after." Robb closed eyes against biting wind. He remembered Bran's letter, thought of small brother huddled beneath weirwood leaves far south yet still too near danger. He thought of Sansa in Highgarden Gardens, of Catelyn facing Tywin's siege. All threads woven into a single tapestry stretched taut across his shoulders. Arya nudged him. "We can win," she said fiercely. "Dead things bleed frost. Frost melts." Jon smiled thin. "Trust needle to find a chink." Robb placed a hand on Arya's head, ruffling snow-dusted hair. Win or fall, we stand. They gazed north long after torches below dwindled. The aurora shimmered again horizon to horizon, hues deepening to crimson, blood upon snow, omen or promise. Tywin's trebuchets fired at dawn. Boulders swathed in pitch arced across Blackwater, trailing ribbons of flame. Catelyn's gunners answered, launching wildfire casks that burst mid-air, raining emerald ruin upon proud lion prows. Ships cracked, men screamed, but Tywin's lines pushed, oxen hauling siege towers toward the King's Gate. Ironborn skirmishers cut channels through Tyrell pikes. Inside the Red Keep, bells clamored. Sansa Stark arrived the evening prior under Rose escort, herded frightened small folk into cellars, singing northern lullabies. Lady Olenna directed handmaidens to ladle soup for archers. Gendry sprinted between walls and forges, delivering fresh bolts to scorpions. The battle for King's Landing raged as snow drifted in from distant woods, a freak flurry born on unnatural wind. Tywin advanced with grim patience, each line of infantry shielding the next, forming a red-gold tide. On Aegon's Hill, Catelyn stood behind a culverin. When powder ignited, the recoil hammered her shoulder, yet she braced, watching the shot smash a siege tower roof to splinters. She did not cheer, only loaded again. Below, in the royal courtyard, Shagga son of Dolf led stone crows in vicious sallies, pouncing from hidden sally ports, hacking legs from beneath ladders, then vanishing into postern shadows. Each charge slowed the lion tide but could not stop it. Mid-morning, a horn blasted, a single note, long and sorrowful. From the east Tyrell cavalry charged, serpentine lines in green and gold lamellar, led by Ser Loras flowering rose petals from his helm's bloom. They struck Tywin's flank, cleaving through supply wagons, igniting pitch barrels. Smoke blossomed. Tywin ordered reserves forward, yet lines faltered. Grain riots erupted among Selsail camps set afire by stray catapult shot. In confusion, thousands of new-raised levies flung down arms, fleeing south. By dusk, the battle hung balanced on a blade. Within Red Keep's belly, Sansa found Joffrey and Tommen in Queen's Solar, quaking. She shepherded them to chapel where Septa Moel lit candles for peace. Joffrey, defanged of crown, fumed but obeyed.
Tommen hagt serponce, tears shining.
Outside, horns blew thrice. Frey bannermen approached from the west under White Horse banner quartered with twin towers. They halted between lines, lowering lances. Their lord, Walder Frey's bastard Walder Rivers, unfurled a letter bearing Frey seal and Stark direwolf. It declared Frey neutrality, signed by Edmure on Robb's authority. Betrayal curdled Tywin's heart. Rage clouded golden brows. His right flank crumbled. At sunset, Lady Olenna released her final gambit. A trebuchet load not of stone but of parchment leaflets, each bearing Tywin's signature affixed to false decrees proclaiming lion surrender and promising rose subsidies. The papers drifted across battlefield like snow, sowing confusion among lion ranks. Mummers inside city walls mimicked Lannister horns, further sowing doubt. Tywin's discipline unraveled. He sounded retreat to Harrenhal. By dawn, lion banners were specks on the King's Road. Catelyn allowed no pursuit. Lions wounded are most dangerous when cornered. Instead, she ordered gates reopened, wounded enemy tended. Mercy, she believed, was hammer enough to forge peace. In the far north, 2 nights before the world remade itself, Robb couldn't sleep. He wandered the courtyard of Castle Black, boots crunching ice, torches guttered low. Frost-plumed breaths of sleeping soldiers rose from tents like ghosts ascending. Somewhere within the rookery, ravens muttered uneasy, as though sensing storm beyond comprehension. He climbed the wall again. Atop, a hush reigned. Jon stood alone, cloak snapping in pale moonlight. He turned as Robb arrived. "Couldn't rest either," Jon said. "Dreamt of father," Robb answered, voice soft. He stood in the God's Wood, sharpening ice, but each stroke across stone made no sound. And when I drew near, I saw the blade was cracked, fissures glowing red. Jon's lips pressed thin. dreamt of wolves running across a white field that never ended. They fell into silence, brothers breathing same steel air. Below, torches marked watch posts. Beyond, dark forest rolled like a frozen sea. Then, without warning, the forest line ignited with blue lights, countless icy torches lifting, sweeping across breadth of earth. Up the wall, the chill deepened so fast Robb's lungs ached. War drums of ice thundered below, giants muffled. The dead had come. Horn blew thrice, the watch's ancient call. Robb drew ice, held it high. Jon drew long claw. Arya appeared, face streaked with soot, needle flashing. Tormund roared oath to gods of snow and bone. 1-1 bellowed challenge that shook frost from wall. Fires were kindled in tunnels, sluice gates sealed. The battle for dawn began with the sound of glaciers breaking. Dead whites surged out of forest, avalanche of pale limbs. They reached the base of wall, began to climb using daggers of ice that grew from their hands, embedding in frozen masonry. White walkers strode behind, unhurried, staff tips glowing with cold flame that turned ice to glassy stairs. But the living were ready. Boiling oil rained from murder holes, turning ascent into steaming grave. Obsidian arrows hissed, lighting undead bodies with blue fire that burned cold. Giants heaved massive boulders from hoists, smashing swathes of attackers. Wildlings poured wildfire onto siege ladders. Yet still they climbed, inexorable. Inside tunnel, 1-1 held chains taut as gate groaned. Each impact of dead battering shook bones. Melisandre stood behind him, chanting in high Valyrian. Fire blossomed from her palms, scouring ranks, but cost her strength. Jon directed archers to focus on walkers. Every walker destroyed caused dozens of whites to falter, directionless. Hours bled. Moon slid west. Casualties mounted. Half-Hand lost an arm to ice scythe. Dolorous Ed pulled him clear. Val led raiding party through secret trapdoor onto wall's outer face, flanking climbers with dragonglass-bladed picks. Below, Tormund's shield wall broke, then reformed around broken huskirls. Robb fought at breach where a section of wall had collapsed years prior. Here the dead poured through narrow gorge, compressed. He met them head-on, swing after swing. Ice glowed with runes of old, edge sparking as it shattered frost steel. His arms numbed, muscles screaming, but he refused step back. Beside him Arya ducked and wove, needles striking unarmored joints. The base of skull, the hollow of armpit. Every pinpoint kill a testament to training from bravos. A cry rose behind, supplies breached. A cluster of stalkers had infiltrated through ventilation shaft, slitting throats of cooks and maesters. Ghost lunged, tearing limbs, but dozens spilled into courtyard. Robb turned to assist, leaving flank thin. In that instant, a White Walker advanced, sword raised for killing stroke. A crackling boom split air. Gendry appeared, hammer sheathed in wildfire flame. He bathed the head in pitch and lit it. He slammed into the Walker's side. The blue sword met metal. Sparks of frost and fire collided. The Walker shrieked, arms severed, his frozen blood hissing as it hit hammer's ember. Gendry swung again, shattering ribcage. Fragments skittered across stone and evaporated. Robb clasped Gendry's shoulder. "You keep forging miracles." Gendry grinned, teeth luminous in gloom. "Miracles are just metal struck enough times." They re-engaged. Above, to shatter his guard. Jon joined, eyes fixed. Combine dragonfire and Valyrian steel. Heat, then strike. Robb nodded once. "You distract. I finish." Jon grabbed a rope, slid down toward clearing where Night's King stood amidst whites. Ghost followed, fangs bared. Robb raced the parapet for stairs. Daenerys swooped again. Jon signaled, waving flaming torch. She understood, dived. Drogon vomited fire covering Night's King. The ancient raised barrier of ice. Steam exploded, obscuring. Robb burst from steam at sprint. Ice lifted overhead, heated to cherry red by lingering flame. Night's King sensed blade too late. Barrier cracked. Robb plunged ice into chest where runes met frozen heart. The steel shrieked on entry. light white as dawn, burst forth, radiating along fissures. Night's king spasmed, frost crown shattering like glass. A silence profound as deep forest twilight enveloped battlefield. Then, with sound of crystal rain, the king's form disintegrated into motes that drifted skyward, losing shape, vanishing on wind. Across field, every walker fell silent, then crumbled, swords clattering. Whites froze mid-attack, limbs slack. One by one they collapsed, bodies thawing into heaps of inert flesh and snow. The storm clouds parted, revealing first blush of sunrise, a pale gold disk cresting eastern peaks. Cheers built, rippling from wall to forest like thunder in reverse. Robb staggered, dropping to knee, ice hissed cooling. Jon reached him, clasping forearm. Arya rushed, throwing arms round both. "It's over," she gasped. "For now," Jon breathed. Daenerys landed Drogon near clearing. Snow melted beneath his heat. She dismounted, strode toward brothers. Her violet eyes swept carnage, lingered on Robb. Stark steel strikes true. Robb rose, bowed. "Your fire forged the path." A quiet settled. The world exhaled a breath held since long before any living memory. Trees ceased their moan, ravens lifted song. High upon wall, Melisandre stepped into dawn. Red jewel at throat dimmed, as though satisfied. "Light has come," she whispered to no one. 2 weeks later, banners of every house still breathing fluttered in a grand encampment south of ruined Frostfangs. There, in a meadow thawed by dragons' lingering warmth, Robb Stark convened the Pact of Dawn. Jon Snow stood at his side, Daenerys opposite, dragons dozing in distant fields like hills that breathed smoke. Tormund represented free folk, Gendry the Smith's Guild, Lady Lyanna Mormont the North, Lyseni Sell-Sales, Braavosi bankers, even one shy maester from Karth. They gathered not as vassal and lord but as witnesses to new accord. Robb raised ice, now chipped yet glorious. "Night is broken," he proclaimed, voice borne on spring wind. "Let every child of Westeros share this dawn. No throne shall stand above commonweal. No crown weighs heavier than bread for hungry mouth." He drove ice into turf. Around it they placed weapons. Longclaw, Oathkeeper, Tormund's great axe, Val's dragonglass spear. Daenerys stepped forward last, removing a single scale from Drogon, obsidian black-streaked crimson. She set it beside steel. "Fire and blood pay their due," she said. Together they buried the weapons under a cairn of white stones, marking spot where war's relics lay at rest. That evening, as feast fires crackled, Arya danced with wildling children, teaching them Wintertown reels. Gendry hammered a new bell from Walker Shards. Its peal rang like silver across valley. Jon and Daenerys spoke in hushed tones of rebuilding holds, of replanting orchards scorched by dragonfire. Robb watched, hope flickering like embers finally given breath. A raven landed upon his wrist, Bran's raven, by the blue thread upon its leg. He opened parchment. Winterfell blossoms. Trees bud crimson. "Come home, brother, spring waits." Robb smiled. He looked east where horizon blushed rose, and west where mountains glowed gold. The long night was ended. Yet dawn, he knew, was less a time than a promise. One sworn anew each day by those who chose to stand against dark. He turned to Jon, to Arya, to Daenerys, to all who shared blood or battle, and raised a wooden cup of mead. "To promise," he said, voice cracking from battles and births, "that tomorrow we wake stronger for what we dared tonight." Cups lifted, voices merged. Above them, under faint shimmer of dying aurora, the future stretched wide and bright as newborn day, waiting to be written by hands that had learned the cost of every word etched in blood, and chosen ink instead. Robb Stark set foot upon Winterfell's godswood for the first time in 3 turning years, yet the yard was unchanged. Pale moonlight washing the sentinel stones, warm breath of the hot springs rising like ghosts through the grass, the weirwood's face stained crimson by its own eternally bleeding sap. Snowflakes drifted from a patient sky, kissing his hair as the iron smell of sap mingled with fresh sharpened steel. The northern wind carried owl song and distant hammer strikes where Gendry's traveling forges clanged beside the smithy ruins. He approached the heart tree alone, leaving cloak and crown to lie on frost-stiffened grass. Ice's battered edge whispered with each step. Ahead, Bran waited in a wicker chair fashioned of woven willow and elk horn. Bigger now, thinner too, with an odd stillness about his shoulders. A steadiness suggesting the boy had grown around a secret root that fed him truths unknown to men. 2 direwolves flanked him like dusk-made statues. Summer, bright-eyed, and Nymeria, called out of the wild by Arya weeks earlier and now restless, pacing the shadows. Robb knelt, gloved hand resting against the crimson-veined trunk. Bark felt warm, pulsing as though the old gods themselves breathed inside. He bowed his head. "Father, I kept faith." Bran's voice emerged low and measured. "They have watched. They whisper you stood in darkness with fire in hand." Robb looked up, meeting green eyes far older than 13 years. "And now the threads lie loose." Bran spread thin fingers. Snow alighted on pale skin. "Tywin gathers iron in the west and gold in the south. The veil stirs beneath a falcon hungry to hunt. And across the sea ships bear banners of the Second Sons." Robb exhaled. "The dead are gone, yet the living sharpen knives. Always. The wheel turns." Bran brushed a curl aside. "But there is choice in every spoke. Will you forge a rim, or let it grind?" Robb rose, palms scarred like rawhide. "I will build." He glanced at the keep's half-scorched walls, mended by wildling masons. "Stone, law, peace, whatever it takes." Bran's head tilted, listening to some far secret in Raven's chatter. "Then begin with truth." Before Robb could answer, Arya loped through the arch in a soot-smeared jerkin, hair unbound. Her grin flashed wolf-white. "The hall's full of dead men's bells, brother. Gendry nails them to the rafters for luck." She grabbed Robb's wrist. "Supper waits, before the meat cools and Sansa scolds us both." He allowed her to tug him out beneath the branches. Overhead the moon hung bright, yet every star seemed to pulse in newborn rhythm, as though the sky itself breathed again after long suffocation. The great hall blazed with braziers of whale oil shipped from Skagos. Mended banners draped rafters. Direwolf beside crowned stag, rose intertwined with crescent moon, a dragon of red and gold, a stylized black crow. Refugees formed a makeshift king's court tonight. Farm folk seated beside free folk raiders, maesters rubbing shoulder with spearwives. Sansa stood at the high table, hair pinned with weirwood blossoms, speaking quietly with Lady Olenna, who inspected the stuffing of a capon as if it were a rival to outwit. Jon entered from the courtyard wearing Night's Watch black trimmed in pale gray lambswool, ghost padded at heel. His eyes sought Robb's. They shared the weary half-smile of men who had burned winter from the bones but not from memory. Gendry banged a hammer on the trestle. "Bread!" he shouted. "And ale before the snow drowns our throats." Laughter rippled. A wheel of goat cheese flew overhead, caught by a laughing giant who promptly bit it in half, rind and all. Robb lifted his cup. Simple ashwood, no jewels. "For friends lost," he began. The hall hushed. "For soldiers who never saw dawn. For the children who will wake to one." Liquid fire bit his tongue. "For the 7 kingdoms, bound not by iron but by harvest shared, by hearth kept." He set the cup down. "And for the promise that no man's crown weighs more than a winter cloak." Hammers thudded tables. Mugs clanged. Voices roared approval. Yet in the back corner, Ser Brynden watched candles gutter, thoughtful. He caught Robb's gaze, lifted one brow. "War is not done." Robb inclined his head, understanding. Come morning, snow thickened to a silent siege around Winterfell. Gendry's smithyard roared red amid white drift. Sparks blossomed like fireflies. Nearby, Daenerys, cloaked in pale sable, guided Drogon aloft for a hop flight to test new saddle rigging. Children shrieked delight as wings thundered overhead. Snow sloughed from rooftops beneath fiery downdraft. Inside a drafty solar, strategy maps littered an oak table. Jon traced supply routes across Vale passes. Baelish sits the Eyrie as protector, he growled. He's summoned lords declarant under promise of grain from Gulltown. Grain we need for spring sowing. Robb steepled fingers. And the Iron Bank funds him. Tywin too, added Sansa, entering with parchment bearing Lannister seal. He offers open ports at Lannisport for Braavosi merchants, and timber contracts with the Arbor. If we starve, we bleed. Robb accepted the parchment. Tywin's handwriting. When winter ends, lions feed first. Yours, Lord of Casterly Rock. Beneath, a smear of crimson wax. Gendry leaned against lintel, arms like anvils. Let him choke on gold. We've seed grain from Highgarden. We've fish in Shivering Sea. Jon shook head. Roads still blocked by drift. If the Vale closes passes and Tywin raids our convoys, half the small folk south of Neck starve. Robb rose, pelt sliding from shoulders. Then we open a sea route. He tapped the narrow sea on the map. White Harbor to Gulltown escort by Baratheon ships. Davos commands the Mander's grace. Victarion Greyjoy owes blood price. He'll guard hulls in exchange for Salt Wives' freedom. And Littlefinger? Arya asked, twirling her eating dagger. Can't guard tongues whispering in airy towers. Robb's gaze hardened. A hawk plucks only when unseen. We'll send him a mirror. 12 days later, the Mirror Wing, a sleek sloop carved of Myrish cedar, carved the Shivering Sea ice, bound east bearing Maester Samwell and a dozen ravens. Each raven carried sealed proclamations. Grain tariffs have for any port that pledged neutrality, blanket amnesty for Vale merchants who opened passes, and a promise of direct representation in the new Great Council soon to convene at Riverrun. 2 small folk seats, 1 free folk, 1 maester. Skeptics scoffed. But when the Mirrorwing's lanterns glittered off Tyroshi color sails in White Harbor, and when Braavosi bankers glimpsed the ledger of Northreach trade routes secured by Dragon Escort, the brazen bank hesitated. Coin favored certainty. Littlefinger, reading the missive in the Ares Moon Tower, stroked his mockingbird pin and smirked. Opportunity hides in every upheaval. But his smile faded upon the final line penned in stark ink. The Knights of the Moon may find a brighter sky alongside the wolf. While politics churned, Robb rode patrol through Wolfswood with Arya, Jon, and a handful of Night's Watch Rangers. Snow hush, pine perfume, the crack of distant branches under stag hooves. Here the world felt clean as new-forged iron. They paused at a frozen brook. Jon knelt, brushing frost from a cluster of black feathers. 3-eyed ravens roost here, he mused. Arya squinted skyward. Bran's eyes. Robb knelt too, touching the ice. Beneath, water rushed, life hidden by winter's mask. Snow hides truth. Spring bears it. A horn blast rolled faint from north, the signal for strangers inbound. They readied, hands on hilts, until a trio of riders appeared. 1 tall woman in armor of burnished oak leaves and direwolf fur. 1 narrow man in Maester Grey yet carrying no chain. 1 girl no older than Bran leading a moose heavy with bundles. The woman dismounted. Auburn hair spilled as she removed helm, revealing Catelyn. No, not mother. Mirror same yet older, scars across cheek. Robb's pulse stuttered. I am Lady Stoneheart, she rasped, voice raw as crow's. Called forth to see if oathbreakers still draw breath. Arya froze, shock warring with fierce hope. Jon's hand squeezed Robb's shoulder. Heart pounding, Robb stepped forward. Mother, eyes green still yet distant. The phrase pay blood. But rumor says Wolf King invites them to table. I offered them wheat, Robb admitted, but not before they kneel in chains. Stoneheart studied him like a knife weighs cut. Eventually she nodded slow. Then wrath may sleep another winter. She gestured to the girl. This is Mira Reed. She carries secrets of Crannog, songs older than iron. Mira smiled shy. The unchained maester bowed. Jojen, sworn to read lore. They opened bundles. Parchments inked with crude glyphs showing cavern networks beneath the neck, seeds bred for flood fields, cures brewed from frog lichen, gifts for a king or tools for a realm. Robb felt warmth bloom inside chest. Welcome home, he said, The Queen of Thorns died that spring beneath apple blossom in Winterfell orchard, aged 93, sharp mind bright to last breath. Before closing eyes, she beckoned Robb. "Take this," she whispered, pressing a ring of twisted iron and rose gold, symbol that thorns guard blooms. He kissed her knuckles. She winked. "Tell Tywin the old woman beat him after all." The realm mourned honest, bread and honey distributed to small folk in her name. Sansa sewed rose petals into banners for the harvest feast. Tyrell envoys pledged tribute of seeds for orchard grafts, weaving threads tighter. Riverrun hosted the great council that autumn. Waters glimmered amber, leaves burnished scarlet, banners lined the causeway. River trout, martel sunspear, ironborn kraken, the brazen horse of Dothraki emissary riding with Daenerys, the winged moon of Vale Knights. Yes, they came, Yon Royce at head after unseating Littlefinger in quiet coup. Fry banners absent. Twins burned months before by Stoneheart's brotherhood. Inside Riverrun's grand hall, 33 seats formed a ring. At its heart stood a plain oaken lectern. No iron throne, no swordpoint dais. Robb entered without crown, only a wolf's head brooch. Daenerys wore no tiara, only a chain of dragonbone links. Jon bore black cloak pinned by dragonglass. Discussion raged for 7 days. Boundaries, taxes, ships for dawn patrol along haunted seas, trade with Karth, rights of free folk to settle lands above the gift, Maester's impartial codes. Sansa drafted charters, Maester Aemon arbitrated Tyrion Lannister, invited under peace flag from Sunspear hideout, parsed legal loopholes with sardonic grace, though not without glares from Edmure. On 8th dawn, thunder shook banners. Victarion's black fleet anchored unannounced downriver, tongues of smoke trailing. Rumor of plague aboard. Robb, Daenerys, and Jon rode out with minimal guard. On deck, Victarion knelt, eyes bloodshot. "Grey plague," he croaked. "Gold from Karth bought our doom. We beg sanctuary." Daenerys held hand before Drogon, who prowled bank. "Plague may not cross these waters." Robb surveyed gaunt faces on deck. "Yet men do not choose plague." He ordered quarantine camps downriver, healers from Citadel, milk of the poppy. When lords protested, he answered, "Mercy buys loyalty, coin cannot." Bran's lesson of roots anchored. Within moons the plague burned out, thanks to Maester regimen of juniper and copper salts. Survivors swore fealty. The Iron Islands turned from reaving to escort grain convoys, eager for new identity. Tywin Lannister made last play the following summer. Gold cloaks loyal to him seized Tumbleton, claiming rightful regency of King Tommen, whose captivity in Vale still rankled many Westerlanders. He summoned armored levies, hired crossbow companies from Volantis, and marched along Mander Valley. Robb's envoy, Ser Podrick Payne, cousin to Kevin, met him beneath a lonely oak, delivered 7 scrolls bearing signatures of every council house, free folk, Maester's conclave, even Bank of Bravos. They declared any assault on charter a crime of realm. Podrick ended, "No lion hunts alone any longer." Tywin dismissed him. 2 days later, as his vanguard neared Bitterbridge, a phalanx of Dornish spearmen barred river crossing. Tyrell bowmen lined gardens. Baratheon corsairs blocked Mander Mouth. Daenerys soared overhead, dragon shadow blanketing. In twilight, Stoneheart's brotherhood harried supply wagons, burning fodder. Yet not a sword crossed steel, only standoff iron and gaze. At dawn 3rd day, Tywin rose to find his camp surrounded by small folk bearing bread and torches, singing the harvest hymn penned by Sansa. They passed loaves through lines to hungry lion levies, ignoring captain's shouts. Soldiers ate. Tywin watched morale dissolve into gratitude. Pride cracked. That noon he rode out alone to Treaty Tent. Robb awaited with Edmure, Daenerys, Jon, Bran, dream-riding ravens, and Catelyn's steady presence. Tywin dismounted stiff. Silence crouched. Robb offered water, not wine. Tywin drank, admission of need. "What do you seek?" he rasped. "Peace," Robb said. "A future where no child starves because of banners." He slid parchment. Lannister mines fund roads north-south. In return, trade routes guarantee your or passes toll-free east. Tommen holds court in Casterly Rock under tutor of Septon and Maester chosen by House Martell and Arryn. You, Lord Tywin, retire as Warden of the West. Ser Kevin ascends. Tywin's jaw tightened. You neuter the lion. No, Daenerys answered, voice warm as embers. We free it from cages built by older wars. Tywin's eyes glinted. He turned to Jon. Your father once honored me. Will you?
Jon met geeskam.
Honor lies in ending circles. Tywin read charter again. Finger brushed crest pressed beside names. 2 direwolves bracketing a red rose, forged by Gendry to represent union of houses across storms. He sighed, a rasp like steel unstrung. Very well, he signed, and the last great war lord of 7 kingdoms stepped back, leaving his shadow on parchment but blood withheld. Years slipped, measured by harvest yields and newborn cries. The Great Northern Canal linked White Harbor to Barrowton, ferrying grain south. Dragons nested on Dragonstone, guarding shipping lanes from pirates who quickly learned to fear shadow and flame. The Night's Watch, its oath fulfilled, transformed into Dawn Guard. Rangers patrolling haunted shores, guided by wildling scouts and maester astronomers tracking Aurora for signs of ice magic's return. At Winterfell, a new library rose, staffed by Samwell and Mira. Their children of Spearwife and Highborn studied runes alike. Arya founded Wolf's Way, a school of sword dance blending Braavosi water steps with Spearwife cunning. Her students escorted caravans winter and summer. Gendry forged the Dawn Bell from Walker shards and Maegor swords. Its noontide chime echoed from Dorne to Bear Island. Robb never wore a crown again. When scribes needed title, they wrote Lord Steward of the Realm. He preferred Robb of Winterfell. Beside him, queen but not queen, stood Daenerys, rider of dragons, keeper of flame. They wed in Syl. Ent Godswood. Vows spoken to old gods and new. Union of ice and fire consummated under Weirwood's bleeding leaves. No parades, just family. Sansa dabbing tears, Bran watching ravens swirl overhead like falling petals. Arya leaning on Jon's shoulder muttering that marriage looked better with less lace. Their first child, Lyanna Dara Stark, was born beneath a sky of dancing lights that painted the snows amber. A reminder, said Maester Aemon with faint smile, that Dawn's promise belonged to children not yet burdened by war. On the 15th anniversary of victory at the Wall, caravans converged upon the old battlefield. Stone markers rose where Night's King fell, ringed by winter roses tended by giants whose tribe now farmed root crop in thawed valleys. Survivors gathered, wildlings gray-bearded, Night's Watch veterans missing limbs, ironborn freedmen in homespun, Dornish marchers with sun brand on cheeks. They shared stew from cauldrons the size of wagons, bread baked of northern rye and Dornish wheat, grains once divided by swords. Robb, gray creeping into beard, stood before cairn. Wind-whipped cloak sewn of direwolf and dragon scale. Gift from Gendry, each scale representing walker slain. Arya, hair silvered at temples, flanked him. Jon, Lord Commander of Dawn Guard, on other side, ghost still white save muzzle speckled snow-gray. Robb spoke not of battle, every soul there knew. He spoke of seeds, of roads, of the choice made anew each dawn to stand for neighbor. He recalled the corpse in shallow river, hands frozen into blades, and how even that horror birthed compassion that built hospitals from stone. He asked them to remember the children unborn when war raged, children who now raced mammoths across thawed plains without fear of white shadows. Snowflakes swirled, a hush fell thick. Then the dawn bell tolled, deep and silver, urging hearts to prayer or reflection or simple stillness. In that quiet, each person felt pulse of earth beneath boots, steady, forgiving, alive. Robb set palm upon cairn, whispered, "We will keep watch." Snow melted where his hand rested, warmth of living blood, proof of promise kept. Daenerys emerged from crowd, hair a river of moonlight, Drogon circling overhead lazy. She intertwined fingers with Robb's. Their daughter skipped forward, pressing small hand atop theirs, followed by a freckled boy Jon named Eddard Stormborn. Children of others joined, palms stacking, brown, pale, scar-marred, clean, calloused. A tower of trust. Aurora ignited, banners of green and crimson flowing across heavens. Wolves howled, dragons roared soft, horns answered. And beneath radiance that once heralded doom, men, women, giants, children, and those who had been enemies bound by fear now clasped hands bound by choice, forging dawn not in fire or blood, but in breath drawn together beneath the endless sky. Night returned each eve, as is its nature, but shadows held no throne anymore. For when darkness crept across fields, lanterns blossomed on watchtowers, bells chimed on ships at sea, songs spilled from taverns. And over Winterfell's battlements, a simple banner drifted in night breeze. Direwolf sable on field of dawn gold, jaws parted not in wrath but in watchful calm, a reminder that light yet holds weight, and guardianship is the gentle labor of every waking day. The first buds of another northern spring stirred beneath a crust of ice as dawn bled pale rose across Winterfell's ramparts. Smoke curled from every chimney. Within the courtyard, hammers rang like church bells, and the very stones seemed to warm with promise. Robb Stark stood alone atop the battlements, for mantle stirring in a breeze that still carried the bite of winter, and surveyed the slow unfurling of the world he had vowed to shepherd. Boots clacked softly behind him. Sansa joined, gloved fingers wrapped around a steaming cup of spiced milk. Her cheeks were rosy from the cold, her copper hair bound simply with a braid of ash-blonde ribbon, house color of neither wolf nor lion, but a shade she insisted belonged to dawn itself. "Letters arrived," she said, voice warmed by hearth smoke and careful joy. "One from Dorne, one from Old Town, and one from the Iron Bank. All cordial, all expectant." Her lips quirked. A realm turns quickly from gratitude to anxiety when spring planting draws near. Robb accepted the parchment bundle, though his gaze lingered southward where the King's Road vanished behind a stand of bare lindens. "Expectations keep us honest," he murmured. "Tell the Iron Bank its silver will be returned on the first harvest. Tell Dorne their saplings will reach Sunspear in time for next year's orchards. Tell Old Town the first volume of the new legal code is on its way." He glanced sideways, "and ask them to forgive the scrawl. Sam writes as though still gripping quills with mittened hands." Sansa laughed, low and bright. "Sam writes as though every word must outrun the next. Maesters are not known for brevity." They watched the training yard below, Arya drilling half-armored squires in the Wolf's Way, each move a whirl of winter and water dancing. Gendry pacing the sidelines, praising when blades kissed without drawing blood. Ghost lay on a sun-warmed stone, nose upon paws, red eyes half-lidded. The courtyard had become a tapestry of houses once divided. Bronze-armored crannogmen sparring beside bright hauberk Lannister cousins. Wildling youths running footraces with reach pages. Sisters of the Silent Grove tending wounds alongside septas in starched gray. Yet each banner lent its edge to a single quilt of colors. Dawngold field with sable direwolf, the new standard flying over Winterfell and, increasingly, over taverns, caravans, and city squares far beyond. A horn echoed from the outer gate. Sansa craned to see over the wall. Visitors. Robb's breath plumed as he leaned out. 3 riders emerged from under the portcullis. Davos Seaworth in worn blue cloak, Mira Reed clad in frog-green leather, and a stranger shrouded head to toe in pale linen, leading a lank black horse. The stranger's face was veiled save for dark eyes glittering beneath the cloth. Robb descended steps 2 at a time. By the time he reached the snow-dusted courtyard, Arya had signaled the squires to break, Gendry wiping soot from greaves, Jon crossing from the armory. Bran, borne by Hodder's gentle strength, wheeled in from the weirwood path, summer trailing. Davos bowed. "Storm blows salt this morning, your grace. Southron shipping lanes thrive, but Braavosi whispers ride them." Robb clasped Davos's wrist. "Come by the hearth. You'll warm quicker than words freeze." His eyes flicked to the veiled rider. "And your companion?" The figure drew back the veil in one fluid motion. A woman's face emerged, dusky skin, high cheekbones, eyes fixed bright with purpose. Across her forehead ran a tattoo. 3 black tears, a mark of the free city's contract slaves now freed. "I am Caris of Volantis," she said, accent lilting. "Once of the second sons, now envoy for captains who would see new contracts written not in blood, but in ink you cannot erase." Arya's brows arched. Sel's words offering peace? Strange wine indeed. Caris bowed slightly toward Arya's poised dagger, then toward Jon's black cloak. "Times change. Gold that once bought blood now buys seed and trade rights. My captains, free brothers we call ourselves, helped escort the Dornish grain fleets last moon. We ask to make service permanent. Outriders of the Dawn convoys from Old Volantis to Gulltown." Gendry crossed arms. "What want you as coin?" "A seat on the Council of Harbors," Caris said without hesitation. "An amnesty for any who fled slave contracts to follow us. We bring 15 shipwrights, 300 marines, and 100 children who have not known whip or chain but hunger still grips." Robb glanced to Jon, whose nod was slight but firm. He breathed out. "Seed, not sword, moves this century. You'll have amnesty. As for seats, that is for the council at Riverrun to approve, but Winterfell's voice will back you." He turned to Davos. "Escort our guests to the Maester's tower. Food first, parchment later." When they had gone, Bran beckoned Robb aside. "Threads grow tangled," he murmured, eyes clouding as ravens cawed above. "In Old Town, archmesters debate dragons with wildfire hearts. In Karth, consul priests whisper prophecies that treat our realm as board for their glass candles. And across the sunset sea, sails rise from a continent unmapped." Robb's brow furrowed. "New world, new dangers, or new kin?" Bran's gaze sharpened. "Blood of first men may sleep in those distant shores. If we send ships, send quills before spears." Robb squeezed his brother's shoulder. "We will. Quills first, always." Summer nosed Robb's hand, breath warm. He scratched the wolf behind one ear. "I'll need you to watch those seas." Summer's gaze shone gold, and Bran smiled faintly. "He already swims them, on wings he borrows nightly." Word of Caris's proposal spread through Winterfell like gusts through pine. In the candlelit library, Samwell and Mira pored over charts of trade winds. "If free brothers patrol straits of Skagos, Bravosi pirates keep distance," Sam mused. "It shortens voyage from Old Town by 10 days. Mira added copper pins marking new ports. Hardhome reborn as harbor of the Dawn Guard. Carhold's Icy Cove. The once mysterious Skagosi Inlet now ringed by lantern beacons. Within the Tower Solar, Tyrion sipped mulled cider, reading drafts of tariff codes. "One clause," he murmured to Sansa. "Barons of the Arbor will balk at duty exemptions for free brothers." Sansa's quill twitched. "Then we find compromise, perhaps a 5-year reduction tapering to standard rate." Tyrion grinned. "You'll be dull company at feasts, Lady Hand, but the realm will thank you." Under torchlight in the crypts, Lady Stoneheart moved among tombs, fingertips brushing weathered faces carved in stone. Arya stood at distance, shadow melding with hers. "He sleeps here," Stoneheart rasped, stopping at Ned's likeness. "Yet across rivers his song still bleeds. Freys wander like wraiths. Some beg succor." Arya's jaw tightened. "We gave Walder's bastards choice, kitchen or cell." The older woman's mouth twitched. Mercy shapes steel sharper than hate. She peeled away her mask of wrath long enough for one ghost of a smile. "You have grown." Arya's throat bobbed. "I learned from death. Now I learn from life." She extended a small bundle. A paper crane folded from dawn orange parchment, edges inked with old tongue runes. "For you. It tells a tale when tossed to flame." Stoneheart's fingers shook as she accepted. Words betrayed her. Tears welled in eyes that once wept dry. She pressed a kiss atop Arya's head and vanished into tunnels that led under the walls to secret camps beyond. South of the neck, Vale passes cracked under sudden thaw. Snowmelt carved gullies through mountains, and caravans from Gulltown finally spilled into river country. Granaries flung open, axes traded for plowshares. Jon Royce, new Lord Protector, arrived at Riverrun with 6,000 knights sworn to defend, soil over silver. His son rode beside, bearing a banner quartered with falcon and direwolf, a symbolic tie ratified by fast-negotiated marriage to Marjorie Tyrell's cousin Lisa. The younger, far less troublesome than her namesake. Political knots loosened in halls rather than on fields. But not all hearts bent so easily. East of Bitterbridge, a cabal of younger Lannister cousins, embittered by Tywin's abdication, gathered Cersei remnant, styling themselves the Golden Roar. They struck supply trains between Casterly Rock and Highgarden, burning fields, unfurling gold lion banners over piles of soot. Their leader, Ser Gregor Lannister, called the Gold Fong, wore a helm shaped like lion's maw, voice dripping honeyed scorn. Reports of villages razed reached Winterfell at dusk. Robb assembled council in the old audience chamber, the same room where Lyanna Stark's son first learned of honor's price. Gendry slammed fist to table. "Let me ride. I'll nail that helmet to his skull." Daenerys laid gentle hand on his wrist, eyes like molten copper. Anger feeds him. Her gaze swept room. "We answer with unity." Jon unfolded a primal parchment. Map of Reach Rivers. Deploy mixed cohort north, Dorne, Ironborn, under a banner unknown to the Fong. When he raids next, we encircle. Arya spun needle. I'll slip among his lieutenants and slice their coin purses before blades unsheathe. Robb considered. We strike quick, but we send word first. Surrender, stand trial before council. Catelyn's voice drifted from doorway. Mercy first, or we become what winter taught us to resist. She stepped in, carrying a basket of winter roses for the hearth. Remember the phrase fate. Let no lord say we thirst for blood. A raven winged south that night. 2 dawns later, an answer returned on torn parchment. 2 words scrawled in crimson. Lion roars. Beneath, a smear of wax bearing gilt flecks, parody of a seal. Robb donned greave and pauldron, ice strapped across back. At stable, Drogon crouched, neck arching to meet him. Daenerys already astride, hair whipping. I'll fly strike first, scorch barricades, she said. You close ground behind. Take Regal as escort, Robb urged. Viserian's brood is near hatching.
No risks.
Her eyes softened. No risks none of us aren't willing. She kissed him swift, fierce, lifted skyward on thunder of wings that startled ravens from Bell Tower. The march south took 4 days across newly green fields. White banner of peace led column. Black pennants bristled behind. Villagers emerged, silent, trust shimmering fragile. They told of the Fong's men dragging millers from beds, forcing them to watch harvest burn. Robb's jaw set, yet he doled grain from wagons in equal measure. Bread outlives fear, he said. On the 5th dawn, scouts signaled smoke from a valley orchard. A hamlet smoldered. Gold-armored riders drank wine from shattered barrels. Atop a ridge, the Gold Fong lounged in a camp chair, stroking lion helm. Robb rode forward with a single banner and a single guard, Jon. They halted within bowshot. Jon's broad shield bore dawngold direwolf. The Fong rose, swaggering. My lord, Robb called. I come to offer passage to Riverrun for lawful hearing. His voice echoed across scorched apple trees. The Fong laughed. Hearing? Lions roar. They do not beg. And you are no king, wolf without crown. Jon unslung helm, black curls whipping wind. Wrong on both counts, he said quietly. We are guardians of dawn. Ghost padded into view behind, teeth bared. The Fong spat. Guard this. He gestured. Archers knocked. Thunder split sky. Drogon and regal dove, jet and emerald flames carving the ridge line. Arrows melted mid-flight. Horses reared. Men shrieked. Panic ripped ranks. Robb charged, leading wedge of mixed cavalry. Northern destriers beside Dornish coursers. Ironborn ponies bearing maesters flinging smoke pots. Blades clanged. Steel clashed on golden mail. Amid chaos, Arya flitted shade to shade, slicing saddle cinches, howling ghost wolf cries that rattled courage. Robb found the Fong dueling a Tyrell pikeman. Ice met lion helm. Sparks blossomed. Helm crumpled. The Fong staggered, ripped helm free, lip split. Fury glinted. "Surrender," Robb shouted, breath hoarfrost. "Lose not men to pride." The Fong's answer was a thrust. Robb parried, kicked knee. Helm dropped. Jon slid Longclaw across the other man's sword, twisting wrist until blade clattered. The Fong fell to knees, chest heaving. Around them, his men threw swords, tears steaming in dragon's heat. Robb offered gauntlet hand. "Stand. Face justice." The Fong stared, breath ragged, then grasped. Robb hauled him up, signaled horn of cease. Fires died under snows conjured by Melisandre's whispered prayer. Embers hissed into steam. That night, prisoners shared Winterfell rations. Wounds bound, songs murmured of new season. The Fong sat by fire, wrists chained but eyes free of disdain. He asked after the dawn bell. Gendry told its forging story. Something in the Fong's shoulders unnotted. When they reached Riverrun, the council convened. Tywin's lined face watched from gallery. He rose slowly, cane tapping stone, and bowed to Robb across floor. "The realm's steward keeps promises," he rasped. To his cousin in chains he said, "Honor sunlight, Gregor. Shadows serve no feast." The council sentenced the Gold Fong to 10 years' service upon the canal dredges, building what he once sought to burn. He bowed head, acceptance or resignation, none could say. Years wheeled again. Bran, now Lord Greenseer of the Dawn, wove weirwood roots into living maps, guiding convoys across Eastern Sea. His ravens returned with tales of jade-skinned traders, of mammoths with hair the color of sand, of folk who knew not winter's bite. Quills flowed across parchment faster than armies once marched. Tyrion established a college of tongues in Sunspear where pupils learned to speak without drawing steel. Dornish wine funded scholarships for Lannister and Martell alike. The Iron Bank forgave half the realm's debt after 5 successive harvests surged beyond expectation. Fields tilled by free folk and former Sellswords farming side by side. The dragons mated. 2 broods hatched across years. Gold-hued hatchlings settled in cave roosts along Dreadfort cliffs, patrolled by Dawn Guard. Children clambered seashell beaches each solstice to glimpse wing beats against Aurora. Robb aged into sturdy lord of mid-years, hair peppering silver. One morning he sparred with Lyanadera, now 15, her laugh bright as river ice. She disarmed him with swift baton stroke learned from Arya. Gendry cheered, Daenerys clapped. Robb panted, pride overwhelming. "Remember," he told her. "Sword is last resort." She grinned. "Only after words fail, father." Councils grew full of younger voices. Lyanadera proposed greenhouse networks along Gift, harnessing geothermal springs. Eddard Stormborn lobbied for dawn to dusk learning halls open to any child. Even Gold Fong, Gregor no longer, addressed the council after release, beard white, eyes humbled. "I have dredged canals where men now fish. My debt is ash. May I lay stone for orphanage." Sansa granted charter gladly, but dawn ever treads uneasy edge of night. At sea, distant storm raised by Maggie from Ashai birthed a plague of glass eels that strangled nets and cut sailors' hands. In Karth, warlocks revived pale fire rituals. And across the sunset sea, Caris's scouts glimpsed tall ships hewn of blackwood, sails crimson with glyphs none could read. Robb convened the court of nightfall beneath Winterfell's ancient oaks. Bran spoke of dream visions, ice blossoming over warm sea, obsidian monoliths humming songs older than men. Jon urged vigilance. Dredge shipyards for new fleet, gather maesters to craft starstone beacons. Daenerys counseled patience. Send swift outriders first, peace remembers fastest path. Robb listened, then stood, sunlight fracturing through branches across his scarred face. "We build watchers, not walls," he said. "Let every harbor keep lantern burning. Every hall keep stories alive. Shadows lengthen only where light falters." He turned to his children, to assembled lords, to maids and smiths crowding edges. "If other realms rise, we greet them with quills and open palms. Yet steel remains in forge should they bring flame. His gaze swept sky where a hatchling dragon circled, silhouette against sun. This realm was carved by survival. Now it must shape survival into grace. Beneath the heart tree, Catelyn placed her hand on Ned's weathered statue. Tears glimmered, joy not. Sorrow. She whispered, "You said winter would come and we must be brave enough." We were, and braver still to welcome spring. Night settled gentle. In the courtyard, Arya lit lanterns shaped like direwolf heads. Children released paper cranes into breeze, each carrying wish inked with charcoal. May dawn keep rising. The cranes drifted upward, catching torch glow, fluttering like tiny phoenixes until stars swallowed them. Robb and Daenerys watched from rampart. She leaned into him, voice barely breath. "Do you think it truly ends? The cycle? Nothing ends," he whispered, arm around her waist. "But we write the next stanza. Not with crowns or chains." He gestured at quiet streets lit gold. "With this," she smiled, kissed him soft, "to ink that outlives iron." Below, the dawn bell tolled midnight. Its tone deep, resonant, vibrating stones of castle and bones of sleepers alike. A promise in metal. Guardians wake even when dreamers dream. And far beyond the sea's curve, new sails unfurled under strange constellations, catching winds that would one day carry them toward a realm where wolf, dragon, crow, rose, lion, kraken, and sun had woven sunrise into tapestry. Whether as friend, rival, or shadow, they would find a dawn already claimed by hands that understood winter's weight, and chose, day after day, to lift it together. Snowflakes drifted through silent air, landing on rampart stone, and melted at once. A hush floated over Winterfell long before dawn, an expectant quiet that seemed to seep from the very stones. Torches guttered on parapets where sentries drifted in half-dream, and the black vault of sky, littered with cold stars, showed the first ghost smudge of silver in the east. Yet already the outer bailey murmured. Smiths stoking reluctant forges, stable hands soothing horses that caught strange scents on the shifting wind, and far below the south gate, the creak of the great portcullis as it rumbled up its grooves. Robb Stark threw a cloak over his shoulders and stepped from chamber to stair. The night's last lanterns winked beneath archways, staining banners in amber pools. Direwolf and dragon, trout and sunspear, falcon and kraken. Heraldry now linked by oaths of harvest and dawn. He passed no guard. None were posted outside his quarters any longer, for he had dismissed them 2 winters ago when the last assassination plot had withered in the light of mercy offered to its architect. A realm rooted in trust must begin at its marrow, he'd said. Still, some nights he doubted, and suspicion's echo followed him like frost trailing breath. He reached the yard in time to see the first wagons lumbering through the snow-mushed mud. Low-slung conveyances whose oaken beds bore crates stenciled with a stylized crane, Samwell's mark for the Westmarch Academy of Letters, and barrels scrawled with seal of Karth, packed with spice to trade for northern furs. Axle pins squealed. Axemen cursed softly. Lanterns bobbed atop each tilt, washing circling ravens in saffron glow. Jon waited beside the lead team, ghost seated at heel. A fine powder dusted the wolf's white coat. The cold sharpened the scar along Jon's jaw, slicing his face into plains of stone. "Couldn't sleep?" he asked as Robb approached. Sky felt restless. Robb scanned the horizon where the King's Road vanished. Farther south, banners of House Reed and a detachment of Dawn Guard formed a column around sleek wagons slung low for speed. Ships on wheels, their hulls tarred against road slush. "You ride with them?" Jon nodded. "As far as Barrow Hall, then east to inspect beacons along the lost shore. There's talk one tower went dark in last night's storm." Robb's mouth tightened. "Anything more than weather?" "Not yet." Scouts reported broken netting along the strand near Seagull Rocks. Glass eels again, they think. Jon's gaze clung to the northern sky where aurora faintly shimmered even at this hour, ribbons of palest jade. But the dark tower sits near an abandoned mine of dragonglass. If warlocks hunt relics, they might risk the seas. Robb exhaled mist. Sandor leads the engineers now. I'll send him to refit the foundations with steel braces. He clapped Jon's arm. Send word at first sign of omen. Jon managed a wry smile. If I see an omen, you'll hear ghost howling through your dreams. Turning, he vaulted into saddle. The caravan rolled forward, hoofs crunching crusted ruts, ghost loping ahead like living snowdrift. Within heartbeats, they were shapes merging into dawn's gray. Robb watched until their lanterns winked out behind a curtain of drifting flurries. Something in that vanishing line tugged old threads of dread. Echoes of the long night, of white walkers marching endless. He shook himself and pushed toward the smithy. Inside, heat slapped his face. Sparks snowed from Gendry's hammer as it rose and fell upon a glowing billet. Nearby, Daenerys stood coatless, hair braided back, instructing two apprentices who turned a bronzed scale in tongs. She glimpsed Robb, smiled. "We forge keel struts for the Azure Seeker," she said over the roar. "Light enough to skim the sunset rollers. If the unknown shore holds allies, we reach them first." Gendry quenched the billet with a hiss. "And if it holds enemies, the struts become spear spines when we beach." Daenerys narrowed her copper-bright eyes. Pragmatic as always. She wiped soot, came forward. "I dreamed again of Blackwood ships last night, sails the color of hemorrhage. They did not attack, they watched. But beneath their hulls the current glowed." She touched his sleeve. Bran would call it the seam between worlds. Robb brushed fingers across her knuckles, noticing how soot blackened the creases. "Dreams guide us, but waking builds defenses." His gaze reached the far wall where half-assembled lantern housings lay, each a sphere of mirrored steel shaped by Sam's designs to throw Dragonfire's light miles across water. "How many sunrise beacons will the foundries finish before melt?" 80, Gendry answered, wiping brow. "If or from White Harbor doesn't stall. Ironborn convoy due tomorrow." "Convoy will land," Robb said, though tension pulled between shoulders. Delay meant more dark towers, more riddles. Daenerys's hand tightened on his. "Trust the tide, and trust Draco." She referred to Victarion's nephew, the Kraken prince raised since boyhood in Winterfell's halls, now captain of the Wind's Roar escorting the Yor ships. He swore by salt and smoke to guard that cargo with his life. Robb pressed lips to her knuckles. "And I believe him, but men's vows are tested by tides and time." Turning to Gendry, "Double the night forges. If the convoy's late, we'll cast braces from old helms and spearheads. Melt the past to fortify the future." Gendry grinned, teeth white amid soot. "Music to a smith's ears, my lord." 3 nights later, beneath a moon swollen and ruddy as raw meat, a rider pounded into Winterfell's courtyard, horse foam-flecked, eyes rolling. The man, no soldier but a dock scribe from White Harbor, half collapsed against a post. Robb, roused from strategy chamber by thunder of hooves, hurried to him. The scribe's voice shook. Ships, sails black and crimson, struck the convoy off shivering shoals. Winds roar aflame, or barges scattered. Last I saw, Captain Draco fought boarders clad in scale that glimmered red under moon, like polished ruby. A hush swallowed the yard. Snow gusted, stinging eyes. Arya strode from shadows, nails digging crescent moons into palms. "Which way did they turn?" she demanded. The scribe swallowed. "Southwest, toward Breaker's Reef. Captain ordered a runner boat hard east to warn me. Others may yet sail." Robb steadied the man. "Find the healers. Warm broth." He peered into swirling filigree of dark. Draco gone, or lost, boarders wearing ruby scale. Warlocks? Or some emergent power across the sea? Daenerys slipped beside him, face white with rage. "We ride for Breaker's Reef at first light," she said, voice like iron-shrouded silk. "Drogon and I will find survivors." Robb looked to ramparts where the dawn banner drooped in wind. "No, tonight. We cannot wait." He turned to Bran's direwolves pacing beyond gate. "Summon Brynden. Ready Northwind outriders. Arm swanboats with dragon glass ballistae. If these raiders herald invasion, we clip wings before they roost." Arya's grin showed teeth. I'll gather ghosts of winter among warg archers. Night is their cloak. Within hours, torches flared through Wintertown as riders mustered. Snow churned to brown slush beneath hooves. Smith sparks danced like swarming fireflies forging arrowheads at breakneck pace. In the weirwood glade Bran perched against trunk, eyes opalescent, skin pale. His ravens spiraled overhead, ice shard feathers glistening. Robb approached. Brother, we need sight beyond Breaker's Reef. Bran's lips moved but voice belonged to many, weaving in chorus. Glass scales shimmer with storm song. An armada of one becomes many, yet heart not wholly black. Beneath helm of red tears, a voice mourns. His lids lifted, vision resumed. I cannot reach further. Something shields them. A gloom like that of the ancient shrouded sea legends. Robb knelt. Can you open path? Perhaps. Bran closed eyes again. Snow eddied, settling in his hair like crowns of frost. After long moment he exhaled. Follow summer's scent, not winter's fear. The reef hides truth under fog. Truth you must not strike blind. He sagged. Hotter emerged, looming to lift him gently. Robb rose, unease coiling. Arya joined, tightening gauntlet straps. Bran speaks riddle as always, but we know our part. Ride fast, read shadows. They rode beneath moon-tattered clouds, wolves loping ahead, plumes trailing. Drogon and Regal swept overhead, black and emerald bolts against diamond sky. Wing beats stirring gusts that carried the smell of brine and burnt pitch. By dawn the task force crested a dune overlooking Breaker's Reef. The sea churned slate gray, foam spattered with cinder. Charred spars bobbed. Gulls screamed over carcasses of what had been ships. But out beyond the line of surf stood surviving vessels, or barges huddled in half-circle, listing yet afloat, sails shredded. Between reef teeth and barges, a new craft rode anchor. A sleek xebec carved of blackwood, sails crimson, curving prow tipped with obsidian beak. Its deck bristled with figures in ebon scale, each plate veined with molten red that pulsed faintly, as though heartbeat of stone. On shore stood a scattering of survivors. Ironborn mariners, Dawn Guard archers, one of Sam's scholars clutching cracked spyglass. They knelt ringed by spear points of the crimson-scaled soldiers. Over them towered a tall woman wrapped in black cloak, helm under arm. Her pale skin bore swirling tattoos shimmering opalescent. Eyes were curiously gentle. Robb signaled hold. He dismounted, leaving sword sheathed, and advanced across brittle beach, boots crunching glassy grit. Arya shadowed left flank. Jon right, ghost snarling low. Drogon banked overhead but withheld fire by Daenerys' silent will. Robb raised hands. I am Robb of Winterfell, steward of this realm. Release my sailors. The woman inclined head. I am Natha Chiron, speaker of Verken. We came seeking juncture, not war. Her voice possessed calm lilt, accented yet clear. She gestured to survivors. They fought when boarded. Blood answered blood. We bound wounds. Robb's eyes set on Draco, kneeling but alive, hair singed. Relief tempered battle edge. You attacked their convoy. The speaker shook head. We hailed. They fired arrows. Her soldiers parted to reveal 2 dead, scale rent. Their fear drew steel before words. She lifted a shard of or glimmering black veined with crimson. We sought trade, blood glass you mine. Ours is near spent, needed to forge hearts of windships. Without it, storms devour us. Robb studied or dragonglass riddled with volcanic crystal. You cross seas for trade yet wear armor that burns like embers. A gift of our singing forges, Natha said. It glows when hearts beat strong. Blood guides flame through stone. She placed shard in his palm. Heat tickled but did not burn. We tracked your lanterns. They blazed like sunrise over waves. We followed. A wistful smile tugged. In ages past, our kin sailed from shattered homeland, seeking dawn across darkness. Perhaps your lanterns answer their last prayer. Robb sensed Arya easing grip on dagger. Jon's shoulders loosened. You might have sent envoys. She spread hands. We did. Many. None returned. Daenerys landed with windrush. Sand roiled around Drogon's talons. She approached, silver hair streaming. Warlocks of Karth claim those seas. Envoys likely foundered on their illusions. Natha's brow furrowed shadows. Then we misjudged. She knelt suddenly before Daenerys. A gesture of deep respect, not submission. We are wanderers. Our sails catch winds they scarcely hold. We seek haven to mend. Robb weighed silence. His life had been long war and forging peace from shards. Here on a bleak shore lay choice. Answer fear with spear or with open palm. Bran's words echoed. Follow summer's scent. He extended the shard. Your flame sings but stills mine when hearts meet, he said. Come to Winterfell. Stand before our council. Exchange knowledge for or help guard seas from warlocks who prey. Natha rose, acceptance in gleam of opal eyes. She inclined head again. Verken will answer Dawn's call. He signaled his men to lower bows. Arya strode to Draco, cutting bonds. She cuffed him lightly for rashness, then embraced. Ironborn and Dawn Guard mingled with Verken soldiers, tentative yet curious, fingering each other's armor, comparing spearcraft grip. Jon approached Robb. A new tide. Always, Robb murmured. But we build breakwaters of trust. He turned to Daenerys. Send ravens, Bran, Sansa. Council must convene. We host our guests. Daenerys smiled faint. Another seat at round table. Better we add chairs than graves. Winterfell swelled with voices of distant song. Verken crafts anchored on the white knife, hulls gleaming as though oiled obsidian, etched runes shimmering copper when touched by lantern fire. They unloaded silken sharkskin sails, coral ink maps of unsound waters, spinning globes of lithe steel that predicted tides. Sam nearly wept delight. Children clambered across strange prow, gasping at figurehead carved like lightning-grown tree. Bran met Natha beneath Weirwood's bleeding arms. Ravens crowded branches, muttering. The speaker touched the bark, closed eyes. Sap glowed brighter. Your tree remembers waves, she whispered. Bran smiled. So does blood. They spoke hours, comparing dreams of green and water, forging paths babble tongues rarely bridged. At council, Natha recounted exile of her people. A cataclysm seaquake that swallowed their isle, shattering blood-glass caverns powering windship hearts. Survivors sailed west on last shards. Storms scattered them. Warlocks enslaved some for glass-blood secrets. She carried ledger of missing kin tattooed around arms in glowing pigment. Tyrion studied ledger, brow creased. These glyphs, identical to tiles unearthed in Valyrian substrata near Dragonstone. Daenerys traced patterns. Lost cousins of Valyria? Sam shook head. Older. Predate even Draken priests. Robb saw vines of fate weaving. Walkers defeated, but world kept mystery. He addressed council. We cannot guard dawn behind closed gates. A realm's strength lies in threads it spins across unknown. He announced Foundation of Dawn Accord, a pact of safe harbors from Bravos to Verka's horizon, lantern towers at each to guide any ship bearing symbol of intertwined sun and wolf. Verka pledged fleet escort north. Dawn Guard manned beacons. Warlocks would find only light, never night on these seas. Not all lords embraced risk. Ser Balon Swan of Storms End warned of draining coffers, of scattering swords too thin. Robb answered, famine costs more than lanterns, war more than bread. He proposed grain levy by yield, not land size, easing burden on rocky holds. Catelyn backed, citing Fry failure born from resentment. Council passed measure by narrow vote. Natha rose last. From bitter exile we found sunrise. We carry memory of ocean's roar in bones. We will stand watch on waves, that dawn never drown again. She unsheathed a blade flat as river ice, edge shimmering faint red. She laid it across council table, gift symbolizing trust sealed. Seasons tumbled. The lantern chain stretched from Skagos to Breaker's Reef. then further to Iskandar Spur where Verken built wind farm sails harnessing gales to power beacon mirrors. Dragons patrolled skies. Giants hauled marble to new harbors. Sam scholars mapped currents guided by Verken globes, discovering warm flows that could speed grain to Dorne in half a moon. Tyrion, ever restless, led embassy to Sithorios, returning with baskets of night orchid bulbs that thrived in greenhouse heat pipes along gift. He wrote treatise titled Mercy and Merchantman, on the economics of dawn, dedicating to Sansa, whose quill he claimed sharpened claws on his footnotes. Arya roved sea lanes captaining the Foxglove, her Wolf's Way disciples doubling as swift marines. Songs told of her boarding pirate cutters barehanded, disarming crews with grin wicked as moon-sharp blade. She left them shackled to each other with bread and water, teaching lesson of cooperation. Bran grew seldom present in body. He sat root-thrown hours as ravens ferried glimpses of world. Warlock conclave in Karth shattered by internal schism. Dornish desert blooming after aqueduct completion. Glints of spearheads beyond shrouded sea. Signals perhaps, or threats. In dreams he watched aurora ripple across foreign sails. Robb's beard silvered. Lines fanned from his eyes, carved by laughter, worry, and wonder. He walked ramparts nightly, greeting travelers housed in long-guessed ranges built of sun-baked clay shipped north as ballast, marveling at tongues swirling like tapestry. Free brothers trading jokes with Lysine merchants. Skagosi herders sharing fermented goat's milk with shy Volantine navigators. Yet beneath communion pulse tremor. Word of warlock remnants forging alliance with the Golden Roar's few still bitter cells. Raiding lantern towers, extinguishing 3 in one storm-black night. At Breaker's Reef they painted messages in ash. Night remembers. Draco, once Fong, now steward of Canal Fleet, rallied but lost 2 barges before driving off attackers. Council convened. Sansa unfurled parchment of intercepted cipher referencing glass hearts cracked open, releasing dark tide. Tyrion worried. If warlocks learn to corrupt dragonglass, they might unbind magic from stone, unleashing storms we cannot quench. Daenerys' eyes blazed. Then we strike their forge before blade cools. Robb studied map pins. Lantern chain, warlock sighting, sea currents, Verken wind farms. We end cycle not by swords alone, he said. Our greatest weapon is light. He ordered forging of mirror flame. An array of beacon mirrors lined across skysels of Drogon and Regal, focusing dragonfire into single lance of daylight that could ignite Blackwood hull miles distant, or blind warlock conjurers reliant on shadow. Gendry and Verken smiths labored moons, layering sunsteel and bloodglass, inscribing Bran's runes. Children carved small mirrors at schoolhouses, believing each shard part of protection. When array completed, it shimmered as dawn trapped in crystal. Warlock struck at Iskandar Spur during new moon, ships cloaked in illusions. But Bran's ravens sensed ripple of unreality. Arya's foxglove pierced fog first. Dragons roared mirror flame kind. Lead, and skies turned daybright. Warlock eyes bled at brilliance, spells unraveling into harmless mist. Golden Roar mercenaries surrendered, illusions dispelled to reveal starved men clinging to vengeance long past due. Natha's soldiers bound prisoners, tended wounds. At council, the warlock leader, a frail man with azure lips, confessed they sought dragonglass hearts to weave gate between worlds, to birth new night under their dominion. Robb spoke softly but firm. Night served us lesson of cold. We choose warmth. The council sentenced him to dwell within Dawn Guard libraries, forced to transcribe lore he once twisted, his knowledge shared freely until consumed by light. Thus threat waned again, but watch never ceased. On the 20th anniversary of Dawn Accord, Winterfell hosted a convocation unmatched since legends of Pact of Ice and Fire. Delegates from Valyria's Shattered Isles, tribes of Summer Isles, archmesters of Old Town, chieftains from beyond northern ice sheets where sunlight seldom reached. They packed Great Hall, weaving chorus of languages like river delta merging. Robb, hair white at temples, stood upon dais with Daenerys, Jon, Bran's empty throne carved of living wood, Sansa at record desk, Arya leaning in shadow, Tyrion shorter than most yet voice tall. Dawn bell tolled thrice, vibrating marrow. Robb spoke without crown, without sword, only dawn brooch pinned. When winter swallowed world, we joined hands. When dawn rose, we chose not to forget dark, but to forge from it lanterns for those still wander. He gestured to Natha, to Draco, to Sam's row of scholars brandishing flaming quills. Today we open westward gate, expedition of the wings of morning. Ships crewed by every banner, every tongue, to cross far ocean, not to conquer, but to greet. Cheers rose like surf, echoing rafters. He continued, voice thick. Our children will measure history by harvests, not battles. But if shadow dares return, they will stand together beneath bells of light. At his signal, rear doors swung wide. In snow-veiled courtyard waited wings of morning. Fleet of 6 windships, hulls carved of Verken blackwood fused with northern heartpine, rigged with storm silk sails that glowed peach in torchlight. Figureheads bore twin forms, direwolf howling within sunburst. Drogon perched upon mast of lead ship, scales obsidian, eyes ember gold. Children spilled from benches, running to vessel gangways. Lyanna, captain of flagship, bowed to parents. We will find shore where lanterns have not yet shone, she vowed. Eddard Stormborn fastened sea chart tube. Arya clasped their shoulders, whispered secrets. Robb felt tears freeze to lashes. He remembered nights in gods would hearing father's quiet counsel, mother's lullaby carried from tower. Now his own children stepped into myth. He looked to Bran's throne. Ravens cawed from rafters. He sensed brother smiling within roots. The fleet cast off at dawn next day. Bells boomed. Dragons soared escort. Laughter, song, weeping, soundscape of a realm believing. From parapets, Stoneheart watched unknown horizon. The living may be reminding her why hearts risk mending. Robb lingered long after sails disappeared, frost painting beard. Daenerys tucked arm in his. Cycle spins new tale, she murmured. Yes, he said, but we taught the wheel to sing while it turns. Snow began to fall soft, unthreatening, blessing earth with quiet hush. Lanterns along wall fired, their mirrored throats catching dragonlight refracted from distant patrol. In that shimmer, night danced gentle, harmless, stitched by threads of mercy, bound by bells of dawn. And a steward of the realm, once boy king of ice, smiled at winter's breath, unafraid. Mist rolled off the shivering sea in long white ribbons that clung to the deck rails of the Dawnrunner, flagship of the wings of morning, and muffled the creak of ropes until the vessel seemed to glide in silence. Lyanna Stark stood at the prow, gloved hand resting on the carved direwolf figurehead, eyes fixed west where the sky pressed close and dark atop the water. In her chest beat the steady thrum of 2 hearts, her own and, somewhere beyond the haze, that of a world she had sworn to find. Behind her the ship's bell clanged once, the signal for a change of watch. Sailors in cloaks the color of dawn gold and midnight gray moved with sure-footed purpose, hauling lines, trimming the canvas latticed between the slender masts. Storm silk caught the faintest breath of wind, and the dawn runner lurched, cutting a path through chop that slapped the oak hull with resinous thuds. Off-port 2 sister ships answered with boomed orders. The Free Brother sloop Gullwing, her Verken blackwood hull shimmering, and the iron-born longship Silver Tide, its shark-tooth prow adorned with newly forged Sunwolf sigil. Eddard Stormborn climbed the forecastle ladder with a roll of parchment underarm, pressed hair whipping in gusts. Soundings, he said as Lyanna turned. Damp curls stuck to his brow. No shallows for 200 leagues. No reefs, only deep, and current still nudging northwest by 2 points, same as Bran predicted. Good, she murmured, gaze sweeping the sea. We'll hold west by north until we cross the thunder line. She took the parchment, scanning Samwell's neat columns noting watercolor, salinity, we'd type. Nothing unusual, save an uptick in dusky motes that clung to buckets when sailors hauled. Ash, pollen, she tucked the sheet into oilskin. Tell the sky watcher to keep star sights every glass. Fog's thinning. Ed nodded, cast a glance toward the horizon where gray parted to reveal a blush of crimson. Dragons fly, the rear arc regal spotted no sails. Lyanna's mouth quirked. If any stalk us, they'll feel downdraft soon enough. He stepped back to ladder, hesitated. You dream again last night? The shadow spires. Ashore. Her eyes flicked to the west. Closer, but fog hides them. It touched her shoulder, gentle. Dreams guide, not bind. She managed to smile, then turned southward where the sun's rim edged the mist, flame bleeding into pearl. The dawn runner's wake foamed silver, and gull-like skimmers shrieked overhead, birds with tapered wings and glinting black eyes that shadowed the fleets and skagos. Unknown species, Sam had whispered excitedly, scribbling. Lyanna watched them wheel, wondered if they, too, hunted a horizon they scarcely understood. Below deck, warm lantern light painted honey pools across planked corridors. Samwell Tarly sat cross-legged amid a clutter of scrolls. Verken title charts, Maester Aemon's treatises on magnetic declination, Tyrion's ciphered letters of encouragement, each edge weighed by polished stones lest they slide. Quills bristled in his beard as he jotted notes on the ash motes. Across the cluttered table, Notha Chiron leaned over a prism of smoked glass, coaxing thin strands of light through its facets. The light refracted crimson, forming runes along the bulkhead.
Sambrido.
It imbues the crystal with memory of flame? Notha's opal eyes gleamed. Memory, yes, but more direction. When the rune brightens, it draws us true west. She rotated the prism. The crimson line brightened, pointing several degrees north of their heading. We near the echo.
Sam scratched.
Echo? Where waves remember an island long sunk. Her voice carried echo of sorrow and hope braided. Currents swirl there, singing stone songs.
Sam deeped quill.
Stone songs. He underlined twice. On the quarterdeck, Captain Rylus of the Free Brothers conferred with Arya Stark, who wore storm-leather jerkin and dagger at hip. Rylus's weather-furrowed face bore lines earned under 4 suns. Fog's shifting, she said, long braid whipping. Smells of pine. Can't be seawood. She sniffed again. Forest's breath. Arya's interest sharpened. Land? Likely. Rylus gestured to masthead where watchmen pointed west. Through thinning mist loomed shapes. Dark, ragged against brightening sky, rising and falling as if breathing. Arya's pulse quickened. She sprinted down ladder. Land ho! The cry carried across water. Bells clanged on each ship. Sailors scrambled. Canvas spilled. Dawn runner surged forward. Lyanna gripped railing, heart hammering. The shapes grew. Not jagged cliffs, but tall spires of stone tapering into crowns. Surfaces striated by pale veins that caught sun and flashed rose. Between them wound colonnades half collapsed. Vines like braided serpents crawling their length. At their bases white surf crashed against terraces that looked carved by long-dead artisans. The air smelled of cedar and warm earth. Wings beat overhead. Drogon banked, black silhouette crossing sun. Daenerys, astride, gestured urgency. Regal traced a lower circle, crimson eyes scanning water. Jon Snow rode beneath Regal's shadow on the skiff Talon, leading a scouting party of Dawn Guard archers and Verken sailors. Ghost stood braced on bow, fur windswept, nose twitching. Lyanna barked commands. Drop foresails. Ready anchor. Boats over. Ropes lashed. Sailors shouted. Eddard Stormborn bounded to her side. Rylus's sloop glided past to survey harbor possibilities. The silver tide swung starboard, deploying 2 longboats of iron-born rowers, oars chopping froth. Flags of Parley, white over gold, flapped atop their stern posts. As Dawn Runner's keel eased into a natural cove flanked by spires, sound changed. Surf hush replaced by hush deeper still, a silence thick as library dusk. Even gulls withheld cries. Lyanna tied her cloak, leapt into longboat, Arya beside her, Notha kneeling at prow holding the prism. Glass runes pulsed vivid crimson now, steady as heartbeat. They rode beneath archway formed by 2 leaning pillars. Vines dripped silver dew. Carved glyphs starred the stone, spirals intersected by arrow shapes. Natha traced one lightly. Verken elder script, she whispered, meaning promise of rising sun. Arya exchanged glance with Lyanna. Eddard turned, called to Sam in second boat. You seeing this? Sam gaped, quill frozen midair. Impossible. Yet, there are records of diaspora before doom unknown. He scribbled with shaking hand. Boats grounded on shingle beach of black sand fine as soot. White-flecked shells crunched under boots. Ash motes floated thicker here, sparkling when they caught sun. Ed brushed sleeve. A mote melted like snow, leaving smear of red dust. Jon's party fanned out, arrows knocked. Drogon perched atop nearest spire, wings mantled, rumble rolling low. Ghost padded ahead, sniffing. The beach rose to step terrace where stone causeway wound into verdant valley. Trees tall and silver-barked lined path. Leaves like tiny moons that tinkled in breeze, sending soft chimes rippling. At valley heart, a circular plaza yawned, dominated by monolith of translucent crystal 30 spans tall. Light tunneled through its facets, casting rainbows on mossy slabs. As the explorers stepped into plaza, air warmed, breath exhaled in steam. Crimson runes on Natha's prism flared, echoed by faint glow within crystal monolith. She approached reverently, palm outstretched. Heartstone, she murmured, still beating. Sam paced circumference, eyes wide. An intact dragonglass spire of this magnitude could focus dragonfire like lens. He glanced at Drogon perched watchfully. Or like beacon. Lyanna's heartbeat thundered in ears. She heard Bran's distant whisper on wind. Summer's scent, not winter's fear. She inhaled. The air smelled of cedar, spice, faint sweet resin. She touched monolith. Warmth radiated, a gentle pulse aligning with her breath. Visions flickered. Ships of blackwood leaving burning coast. Children of many lineages clutching shards. A woman with opal eyes raising prism to stars. Raven feathers drifting across sea. Banners of sun and wolf crossing horizon. Eddard touched her shoulder. You're shaking. She blinked, breath hitching. It welcomed us. Arya prowled perimeter, pausing at low dais where stone sarcophagus reposed. Lid carved with intertwined dragon and wolf. Dusty but no vines. She brushed off inscription. Old tongue, maybe older. She beckoned Sam. He deciphered haltingly. To those who choose dawn over dusk, may this gift light their path. He swallowed. This sight, it expected us. Or someone like. Drums of hoofbeats echoed beyond plaza entrance. Dawn guard turned, bows raised. Out of tree line emerged figures astride sleek deer-like mounts. Skin dark, eyes silver, armor of woven bark and lacquered scale reminiscent of Valyrian but patterned in leaf motifs. They halted 20 paces away. Their leader dismounted, removed helm shaped like split seed. Her face bore familiarity to Natha. Tattoos of tears, but lines older, hair braided with seashells. Natha stepped forward, speaking melodic tongue. The leader replied, voice resonant as distant bells. Sam recognized half-phrases akin to high Valyrian root words. Finally, the newcomer addressed group in common laced with accent. We are the Dawnhold, guardians of Emberheart. Long we watched the eastern rim, waiting for lanterns foretold in Dreamstone. They shine now. She bowed. You traveled far. Lyanna mirrored bow. We come in peace, seeking kin lost to storms. The guardian's eyes softened. Kin found. She gestured toward valley beyond monolith where roofs of stone and wood peaked among trees. Smoke curled from chimneys. Children's laughter drifted. Survivors of the shattering built refuge here, guided by heartstone light. We thought ourselves last. Your lanterns reached our watchpoints. Sunwolf sign, promise kept. Robb's earlier words echoed. Add chairs, not graves. Lyanna's chest swelled. We bring knowledge, grain, friendship, and ask in return your stories, your dreams. The guardian smiled. Then enter Dawnhold. She raised horn to lips, blew low note that rippled across valley. Doors opened, gates lifted. Villagers emerged, eyes bright, tentative but curious. Patterns on clothing matched runes of Heartstone. They bore bowls of smoked fish, loaves studded with crimson berries, pitchers of amber drink. Arya murmured in awe. A whole people hidden by mists. Jon saluted Guardian. We feared warlocks pursued you. Shadows sought Heartstone, she said. But illusions break on Crystal's song. Only the worthy follow the light truly. She touched Lyanna's prism, which glowed brighter. Daenerys approached, Drogon behind like night incarnate. The villagers gasped yet did not flee. Instead some knelt, others raised hands in greeting. The Guardian inclined head to Daenerys. Fire-bearing one, your children's roar shook the watchtowers. It is written dragon's flame kindles new age. She gestured toward Heartstone. Flame within stone waits to sing again. Daenerys laid palm on monolith. Warm pulse responded, deeper now, echoing Drogon's rumble. A lattice of crimson light spread along facets, leaping to runes around plaza. Pillars hummed. Atop spires, birds took flight. Natha whispered, eyes shining. It recognizes its twins, the dragons we carried, the shards we forged. Sam scribbled, voice trembling. A nexus of magic older than doom. Alive still. Eddard watched patterns of light crawling across plaza floor forming ring that pointed east. Back to Westeros. It's linking, he breathed, calling across sea. Mirror flame towers will answer.
Lyanna met Guardian's case.
Will you share this flame? Guide our two peoples. Guardian nodded. As dawn shares sky with night, over following weeks dawnhold and dawn accord forged union. Engineers mapped Heartstone resonance. Bran, far across sea, dream spoke through ravens perched atop monolith, conversing with dawnhold seers who answered in wind whispers. They discovered resonance could carry voices across horizon. A hummingbird pulse of light along lantern mirrors. Sam named it Skylark Net, the first seeds of a system that might one day connect all coasts faster than raven wings. Children from Westeros traded songs with dawnhold youths. Arya's Wolf's Way sparred friendly duels with leaf-blade dancers whose style mimicked falling petals. Each block a swirl. Gendry and Verken smiths learned to temper bark iron. Wooden steel laced with metallic sap, flexible as willow yet strong as good castle forged. Dragons hunted sea serpents that plagued dawnhold nets, earning gratitude and shared spice rubs smoking sweet. One twilight, Lyanna stood with Eddard and Natha atop watchtower carved from fused roots. Westward horizon blazed orange-violet. Eastward, twin lantern towers along Westerosi coast winked like stars. Lyanna unrolled Sam's newest chart overlaying currents with Heartstone resonance lines. Paths of light weaved, she mused. Soon messages may outrun storms. Natha traced a line with fingertip. When lost kin of shattered homelands see these lights, they'll know path home. Her voice thickened. All wanderers need lighthouse. Eddard squeezed her shoulder. You'll guide them. Beneath tower, Heartstone thrummed, deeper each evening, as though waking. Some nights it projected mist phantoms. Memories of old cities, children chasing lantern fish, elders forging crystals under volcanic glow. Scholars recorded, wept. Yet Bran cautioned through ravens. Power awakens others. Warlocks, though defeated, feel tremor. Karthus council plots. Iron Bank speculators eye dragonglass markets. Vigilance must endure. So, while celebration breathed across seas, Robb summoned council at Winterfell. Dawnhold emissaries arrived via Mirror Gate. A beam of Heartstone light arching over ocean, carrying whisper of their footsteps in hours rather than weeks. Tyrion marveled, scribbling. Today a voice crossed an ocean at dawn and returned by dusk. Tomorrow, who can say? Robb listened to their reports. Heartstone stable, Skylark Net proved over short range. Need to anchor network with additional crystals across islands. Risk of overdraw. Too much resonance may fracture lenses. Gendry proposed sunsteel load balancers. Natha Smiths proposed tidal keepers, submerged pylons that sang countertone to relieve strain. Council approved expedition. Gather smaller heart shards from volcanics of Dragonstone, fuse with bark iron rings, plant along route. Lyanna offered Dawnrunner. Arya pledged Foxglove. Ironborn volunteered Krakens to patrol. Catelyn watched proceedings, pride mixing with apprehension. After, she visited Ned's crypt, sat between statues. Snowflakes drifted in open roof above, melted on stone. "We are dreamer people now, my love," she whispered. "Dreamers with lanterns and dragons." She touched Lyanna and Ed's carved names newly added along wall of living heroes. "Pray we do not forget soil beneath." Months passed, sea lanes thrumming with trade and message light. Lantern towers along coastline glowed crystalline crimson each dusk then dimmed at dawn, a reminder to fishermen and merchants that guardians watched. Dawnhold ambassadors taught farmers to brew leaf sap into tonic that warded winter chills. In return, northern hunters taught them to shape ice-earthen vaults preserving fish year-round. Shared feasts became custom. Cedar spice salmon by dragonglass flame, honeyed root bread dyed red by dawnhold berry. But with summer's height came ripple of peril. A lantern tower near Iskandar Spur flared green one night, then shattered, crystal spalling like comet shards. Survivors told of shadow cloaked in burning snow that climbed tower, sang discordant hymn, cracked lens from within. Warlock signs? Or new foe? Patrol followed tracks to shore where footprints melted into glass. Robb stood at base of ruined tower, shards crunching beneath boots. Light still flickered along edges, hissing. Daenerys exhaled, steam, swirling. Mirror flame might attract darkness as moth to flame. Her gaze turned northwest. "We push further, maybe too quick." Natha knelt, examining glass. Resonance reversed. Someone twisted heartsong into sorrow. Bran's raven perched on broken beam. Voice croaked, "Caution." Night's echo lingers. Robb faced assembled captains. "We fortify." He ordered dawn bells doubled, each tower guarded by triad. Dawn guard, dawnhold leaf blades, Verken marines. Sam proposed feedback crystals tuned to detect discord resonance. Turn red if song corrupted. Council approved. For months network held. Ships spread. Lanterns linked. Heartstone at dawnhold pulsed strong. Still, under new moon of harvest, a message arrived from distant watchtower at Cape Kraken. 3 words scrawled in ash across mirror plate. "Shadow rides north." The courier ship that carried it foundered on cliffs next tide, hull torn by something vast. Robb gathered high council in Winterfell's glass roof hall. Lightning flickered outside. Bran, gaunt, voice remote, warned, "Shadow hearts seek nexus. They ride on storms formed where worlds overlap." He spoke of veil thinness, of souls that once commanded walkers, of void wanting fire's light for own hunger. Jon leaned on long table. "If storm strikes dawnhold heartstone, it may turn beacon into blade aimed at us." Gendry thumped fist. "Then we shield heartstone. Option. Encase in mirrored shell to reflect corrupted song." Sam argued for harmonic countersong broadcast from all towers. A chorus stronger than any shard. Natha offered dawnhold's hidden crystal caverns for sanctuary. But Bran shook head. "Storm will find." Daenerys's face hardened. "We meet it at sea." She stood, flames of candlelight dancing in hair. "If shadows ride storm, dragons ride lightning." Robb rose beside her. "And lanterns follow." He set palm on table map. "We gather fleet of every banner. Mirror flame arrays mounted on sails. We light sea so bright shadow cannot hide." Council nodded grimly. Preparation fevered. Shipyards turned out stormrunners with mirrored ribs. Smithies rang night and day. Bran guided design of harmony crystals tuned to sunrise frequency named Larktone. Maesters taught sailors to hum chord that set lenses glowing. Children practiced chorus under vaulted halls, laughter turning solemn songs sacred. On eve of departure, Robb walked God's wood paths with Catelyn. Fireflies danced around Hearttree. She clasped his calloused hand. "Your father fought wars of men. You fight wars of possibility. I cannot guide." "You already did," he murmured. "Taught me mercy." He kissed her brow. At dawn, fleet assembled. Dragons wheeling above, sails catching blood-orange light, pennants of sunwolf snapping. Lynna commanded Dawnrunner. Arya captained Foxglove. Natha helmed the Tidelark, heart of Verken Windfleet. Jon rode Regal, Daenerys on Drogon. Robb hoisted flag aboard Landsnecht Caravel Beacon's Oath. They sailed into brewing horizon. Clouds black, veins of violet lightning. Sea heaved under unnatural gusts. Heartstone resonance crystals glowed steady azure, turning starboard hulls luminous. Night fell midday as storm swallowed sun. Crew sang lark tone. Mirror arrays brightened, beams spearing gloom. Shadows writhed in storm wall, shapes like tattered sails fused to skeletal hands. Warlock chants rose on wind, wailing discord. Dragons plunged into thunderbank, flame streaming. Mirror flame converged on flame, focusing into searing columns that bored holes through cloud, revealing stars. Storm shrieked, arc flashes casting silhouettes of figures riding vortices. Gaunt forms in fractured ruby scale, eyes void black. Natha cried out. Exiles twisted by sorrow. Arya's archers loosed dragonglass bolts wreathed in dawnfire. Bolts pierced shadows. Figures burst in sparks of crimson dust. But fissures birthed more. Heartstone crystals aboard each ship thrummed. Bran's larktone chorus carried over wind, thousands of voices singing melody of sunrise. Mirrors pulsed rhythmic, waves of light rippling outward. Shadows shuddered, shapes unraveling like smoke. Warlock wails pitched high then cut. But Storm Center remained. A vortex of black glass churning water into spirals, funnel descending. Within, a monolith rose, mirror to dawnhold heartstone but cracked, exuding darkness. Dragons roared. Daenerys and Jon Dove. Flames collided with vortex. Light refracted, searing cracks wider. Yet black stone drank fire, growing. Robb, on Beacon's Oath, ordered chain anchors dropped to steady ship. He raised ice, tip reflecting stormlight. Mirror raised to full. Gendry's crews angled panels, beams concentrating on black monolith. Dawnhold leaf blades stood at bow, singing harmony to strengthen light. The monolith faltered, fissures glowing blue-white, but still it fed. Then Natha, eyes shining opal, stepped to Tidelark's bow, lifted prism that first guided them. She sang in ancient tongue, voice clear. Prism ignited crimson, beam lancing to dawnhold heartstone thousands of leagues away. A chord answered, rising as if entire lantern chain thrummed. Overhead aurora bloomed sudden, green-gold curtains. Shadows froze, transfixed. Bran, speaking through ravens swirling, lent last strength. Sunrise now. Dragons unleashed combined fire. Mirror flame arrays surged. Heartstone beam unified. Light column hammered monolith. In thunderclap louder than doom, black stone shattered, fragments vaporizing into aurora dust. Vortex collapsed. Storm winds died, sea falling to glass calm. Shadows dissipated, warlock cries dwindling to whispers then silence. Aurora faded to gentle shimmer. For a breath the world held still. Cheers erupted across fleet. Bells rang, foxgloves, silver tides, dawnrunners. Dragons wheeled triumphant. Lynna laughed, tears salt on lips. Arya hooped, slapping rail. Jon touched Regal's scaled neck, whispering thanks. Natha sank to knees, prism dimming. Robb crossed gangplank to her ship, helped her rise. You carried Dawn across water, he said. She smiled weary, tears tracking tattoos. We carried it together. In following weeks, survivors of storm riders emerged from shattered illusions, memory clearing. They were lost Verken lured and twisted by Warlock's promises. Now freed, they wept beneath Dawnhold Heartstone, welcomed back. Lantern chain strengthened, Heartstone resonance calibrated. No further shadow waves rose, but watchers remained, mirror flame towers manned. Robb returned to Winterfell to joyous tumult. Snow melted early that spring. Crocuses sprouted along battlements. He addressed gathered realm in great hall, voice hoarse yet steady. We faced night that wore new mask, and we chose light again. Each time darkness tests us, We answer not with fear but with chorus of lanterns, of dragonfire tempered by mercy, of steel wielded by open hands. He gestured to banners. Sunwolf flies now beyond horizon. Let it remind us day is not gift but labor, forged each dawn by many hearts. Thunderous applause shook hall. Dawn bell tolled, deeper than ever, echo traveling along Skylark net to Dawnhold Plaza where Hearthstone chimed in answer, a duet bridging oceans. Later, alone in Godswood, Robb knelt at root of weirwood, fingers brushing crimson sap. Father, he whispered, we walk paths you never saw, carry burdens you feared, but your lesson, justice with mercy, guides still. Wind stirred branches. Leaves rustled like quiet approval. Footsteps crunching frost. Daenerys approached, wrapped in pale wool. She knelt beside him, leaned head on his shoulder. I saw tomorrow in Hearthstone's light, she murmured. Cities of sky mirrors, fields warmed by dragonglass sun, ships sailing starlight current. Our children will build them. Robb kissed her hair, breathing cedar and ash. And when night comes again, she smiled, we will sing. Above, aurora glimmered faintly though sun not yet set. A promise finger-painted across heavens that even shortest shadows can birth color if light passes through. Somewhere far at sea, wings of morning's masts carved silhouettes against sherbet sky, still pushing west where maps bled blank. Their lanterns blinked in sequence. ... message that Skylark net carried around curve of world. Dawn sails. In Winterfell, hearths glowed, bells chimed, children laughed. Snowflakes drifted, melting quick. And on parapet a banner fluttered, dire wolf entwined with rising sun. Whispering through every flap that dawn, though fought for, had been earned, and would be, again and again, whenever brave hearts chose light. The prow of the dawn runner lurched forward once again, slicing a path through waters that glimmered with fractured reflections of a lavender dusk. Like molten glass, the sea seemed to cling to every beam of the setting sun, prismatic shards dancing across the blackwood hull. Above, the aurora braided itself in mesmerizing helixes, emerald, rose, and violet, tracing an arch that pointed homeward as though the sky itself were signing the moment with an artist's flourish. Starlight shone upon the decks of the 6 lantern ships that formed the wings of morning's forward vanguard, and in that quiet the fleet shuddered from the final push to mooring. Ropes unfurled, sails juddered, and wind silk snapped taut to spill moon-silver pockets of night air. The fleet had completed its crossing from Dawnhold to Westeros without another trace of shadowed threat, secured by bond, by mirror flame patrols, and by the layered harmony of larktone refrains echoed from tower to tower. Lyanna Dara stood on the weather deck, hands curved round the polished rail. Her breath plumed white, but it was not winter's chill that touched her. It was wonder. Dawnhold's heartstone still pulsed against her sternum in an amulet of tempered bark iron, and each time she inhaled, she felt the faint warmth of its heartbeat answer her own. Her gaze roamed the horizon where the lantern chain of Westeros waited, each tower now resplendent with new dawn-glass lenses polished to obsidian brilliance, each one waiting to catch the returning choir of light across the waves. Behind her Eddard Stormborn emerged from the hold with Natha Kyren at his side, the two laughing quietly over a rolled map. Footsteps found their rhythm against the deck boards, a steady gait that spoke of accomplished sailors. Lyanna turned. See there? She asked softly, nodding toward the horizon. Ed followed her line of sight, pupils dilating in the growing gloom. White Harbor's outer lights, he murmured. A hush swept between them. First Dawn Tower beyond Breaker's Reef. Natha touched her prism, runes flashing like rubies under moonlight. Each glow along that chain is a breath of the realm, she whispered. You brought them into chorus. Lyanna Stark. Lyanna exhaled. No single voice could have, but every voice together. She gestured to the distant pinpricks of crimson and gold. We sing them all home. The gentle chatter on deck fell away as Jon Snow, mounted on Regal, descended from a vigil patrol high above. The dragon's wings fanned, showering the deck with warm downdraft before powerful talons met polished planks with surprising delicacy. Jon swung down, cloak swirling, and Ghost bounded forward to greet him. Jon scratched behind the direwolf's ear before turning to Lyanna. "Clear skies ahead," he reported. "Mirror flame towers in good order. No shadow activity. Dusk watchers in the north beam larktone exactly on the measure." Lyanna nodded, relief flashing in her ash-flecked eyes. "Good. Any news from father?" Raven arrived via Skylark relays. Jon produced a slender cylinder. "Cabin lights best to read. Ink is encoded with dawnglass dust. Glow rune reacts weakly in darkness." Lyanna guided them below decks to the captain's pocket cabin, where a narrow lantern of dawnglass radiated a muted, rosy luminescence. She cracked the cylinder, drawing out parchment inscribed in her father's firm, steel-edged hand. "Lyanna, Eddard, Natha," the letter began. "Your message reached Winterfell not half a day past. The realm rejoices. Stoneheart's outriders report border hamlets singing your return, and Maester Samwell has already drafted treatises on your discoveries. Yet remain wary, warlocks linger. Shattered though their storm may be, their knives are sharp still. Travel by mirrored lanes, keep lanterns bright. We await you beneath the weirwood's boughs." She handed it to Ed, who read with grim set to his mouth. "Warlocks," he muttered. "Always warlocks." Natha's gaze darkened. "They crave what Hearthstone affords, access to joy." She traced a rune upon the prism's warm surface. "Shelter. Joy ruins sorrow's dominion." Lyanna rolled the message again and sealed it. "Then we guard joy." From the open hatchway Arya Stark appeared, sliding into the glow as though carved from moonlight, eyes glittering with insatiable energy. "Rylus sighted a skiff trailing the fleet," she said without preamble. "Black sails. Too small for real threat, but we'll run it down at dawn. No sign of alchemy or glass blood chase. Still, I smell mischief." Jon's eyes narrowed. "Any flag?" "None," Arya replied. "Sails plain, hull flat, barely a silhouette. Could be a courier lost in our slipstream. Could be more." She spun needle between fingers. "Wouldn't mind stretching legs after 2 days calm." Lyanna's mind raced. She pictured the delicate network of Skylark relays, each echo of the Hearthstone's resonance trembling like spider threads. One razor incision could bleed the net. The skiff, perhaps, was Blade. "We approach White Harbor tomorrow," she noted. "Harbor watch is prepared, but we can't draw trouble into safe ports. Intercept under dawn's first glow, Arya. Bring them aboard, peacefully if possible. Should they draw steel, we'll draw bright," Arya finished, mischievous smirk tugging her lips upward. She vanished back through the hatch. Natha looked to Lyanna with a flicker of worry. "Trust the fog before trust shadows." "We do," Lyanna answered. "Arya moves as fog. She'll find truth." Dawn greeted them in fractured pastel. The horizon bloomed peach, overlaying emerald swathes of aurora gradually retreating north. A crisp, briny breeze ruffled pennants overhead. Dawn runners' mast-light flickered, reacting to the rising chorus of larktone from lantern towers ashore. Lyanna inhaled cedar notes mingled with salt and felt something shift, the sense of threshold, of crossing between journeys. Home was near. On the quarterdeck, Arya swung from rope to railing, landing with cat-like grace. "Skiff's ours," she announced. "Crew of 3, no weapons drawn beyond a single rusty cleaver. Instruction orders disguised as trade manifest." She handed Lyanna a small wax-sealed folder. Jon broke the seal. Inside lay a sheet bearing a sigil of entwined serpent and root. Unfamiliar, ink black-green. Scrawled Valyrian glyphs read, "For the last oracle." Lyanna's brow furrowed. "Oracle." Natha stiffened. "It is warlock mark. They refer to rumored seer beyond the Stormgrave who glimpses ends of paths." Eddard crossed arms. "An invitation? Or a trap?" "Both," Jon muttered. He clenched jaw. "Warlocks test threshold. They missed Hearthstone's song. They reach for next chord." Lyanna turned to Arya. "Crew." "One awestruck cabin boy from Lys," Arya offered. 2 ragged oarsmen who swear they were promised coin and bravos to deliver note. None know its meaning. Natha traced the serpent root sigil, eyes distant. Shadow's last gambit is knowledge withheld. They tempt us from dawn's lantern. No, Lyanna said, voice iron. They tempt us toward truth. She met their eyes. We answer, but by our choosing. We strengthen network first, we lean on guardians we forged. Then, if realms demand, we sail again. Jon's face softened. Father would say lanterns before swords. Lyanna nodded. Home first. White Harbor anchors Heartstone exports. Dawnhold needs, or we secure lines, then chase oracles. A chorus of agreement rippled through them. White Harbor welcomed the wings of morning with fanfare seldom witnessed beyond midsummer festivals. Trumpets flared along ramparts, and hundreds thronged the piers, waving banners stitched with dawn-gold wolves, rose-green leaves, and star-blue dragons. The fleet's blackwood hulls eased into harbor, moored by lines thrown to eager hands, and children sprinted along docks trailing ribbons of shimmer thread. Overhead, seagulls wheeled, joined by glint-winged skimmer birds who had followed the fleet cross-sea. Robb Stark stood at the pierhead flanked by Daenerys, Tyrion, Catelyn, and Bran, whose chair was borne by gentle giants from Bear Island, cadets of Dawn Guard. Gendry's new Dawn steel breastplate gleamed across his broad chest. Sansa's quill rested behind her ear, ready to draft charters for merchants queued at customs offices. As Lyanna disembarked, cheers erupted. Robb folded her in fierce embrace that smelled of pine smoke and old parchment. Dawn sails, and dawn returns, he murmured. She stepped back, embracing Daenerys, then shaking Bran's hand, frail warm. His clouded eyes gleamed. Heartstone sings clearer each day, he whispered. Its echo reached even the crypt roots. Natha bowed to counsel, prism glowing at her throat. Robb inclined head. Dawn accord is stronger for Verka's guiding tide. Tyrion stepped forward, wry grin. Forgive my bluntness, but did you find the edge of the world yet? Found a doorway instead, Lyanna replied, cryptic. She described Dawnhold spires, the Heartstone, the Guardians. Tyrion's eyes widened. He muttered about rewriting entire chapters of his treatise. Catelyn offered Natha a braid of winter roses. Welcome. My hearth is yours, she said, voice thick. Natha pressed petals to lips. I bring seeds of moon cedar, cold bright berries, and a promise of storms calmed. Bran turned toward Lyanna, pale fingers twirling leaf pendant. Shadow seeds still germinate, he cautioned. Warlock's invitation may lead to storms shaking lantern net. She nodded. We prepare, but first we fortify. That night, beneath a sky alive with shimmering aurora, they convened in the great hall of White Harbor's Merman's Keep. Long trestle tables groaned under weight of harvest. Smoked eel, honeyed oat cakes, cedar spice salmon, Dorn pomegranates, Dawnhold berry loaves, and casks of mead from the gift. Songs rose, verses weaving old tongue, high Valyrian cadence, Verken call and response. Robb lifted a cedar goblet. To lantern keepers, he toasted. To every hand that tied a rope, forged a lens, sang lark tone. Dawn is a tapestry we weave together. Cacophony of accolades followed. Even Bran laughed softly, a sound like wind stirring leaves across tranquil pond. Tyrion stood next, raising goblet with impish flourish. And to future feasts, for I foresee many chapters yet to write, and nothing fuels scholarship like good wine. Laughter rippled, tension easing. But Jon's gaze remained distant, shoulders taut. After feast he found Robb in harbor tower. Skiff's message unsettles, he confessed. Warlocks rarely extend hand. They swallow souls. Robb leaned on stone crenel. True, but Shadow's coaxing cannot dim lantern if we feed its light. He met Jon's half-moon eyes. Will you ride with me again? Jon offered faint smile. Always, brother. Overcoming weeks, White Harbor bustled with activity. Dawnhold ships berthed, exchanging bark iron wind spars for northern pitch barrels. Skimmer birds nested under eaves, their glint wings now familiar sight. Mirrorflame Tower engineers installed resonance dampers at Iskandar Spur, guided by Sam's and Natha's CA. Calculations. At Winterfell, Bran and Sam labored over paradox of Heartstone overdraw. They realized every resonance sang reciprocal note. Like breathing, crystals required time to inhale. Overuse could fracture net. Thus they conceived Lull Lantern Cycle. Towers pulsed sequentially, each resting while others shone. Gendry forged Dawnglass capacitors, thin wafers of crystal layered with sunsteel to store surplus resonance like bees gather honey. Warnings of warlock infiltration continued, whispers in Stepstone's taverns, scattered sightings of ruby-scaled cloaks near Ulther's Keep. Arya's Foxglove patrolled, capturing small craft smuggling shadow-sigilled scrolls. Interrogated, captive spoke of last oracle deep in Stormgrave, an isle wreathed in eternal lightning where voices of drowned centuries guided warlocks. Their prophecy: lanterns will gutter when dawn gluts itself. Robb convened High Council in Winterfell's Star Hall, a chamber under glass roof where constellations mirrored across polished obsidian floor. Candles flickered against night. Sansa summarized intelligence. They target our harmony, seek to trick Lantern Net into oversinging, shattering Heartstone. She traced schematic of network. The lull cycle will help, but sabotage at any junction could induce runaway resonance. Bran Pale nodded. Stormgrave might hold keystone of their corrupted song. Silence there would unravel their disharmony. Daenerys stepped forward. Then we sail. Her eyes glowed. Dragons ride storm best. Lyanna rose. Wings of morning second voyage. Stormgrave. We anchor dawn with lull cycle first, then remove threat at its root. Natha bowed.
Verken Herz stand beside.
Gendry slapped steel-bound ledger. We load Dawnglass capacitors, storm anchors of sunsteel, smithbucks for hull reinforcement. Caitlyn's voice steadied them. Remember mercy. Not all who follow shadows do so by will. Arya patted dagger hilt. We'll sort the willing from trapped. Robb surveyed council, kin and allies forged through trial. Prepare. Storm's call cannot remain unanswered. Weeks later the fleet reassembled, now 9 ships. Dawnrunner, Foxglove, Tidelark, Beacon's Oath, Silvertide, Gullwing, plus 3 new stormcutters hull-plated with dawnsteel mesh. Dragons soared overhead, their silhouettes dwarfed only by sun rising behind. Skylark net sang lull cycle. Towers bowed pulses along chain. Heartstones thrummed restful. On day of departure, Bran slipped into weirwood trance. Ravens erupted from branches, swarming sky, scouts of breeze. He whispered through ghost song. Stormgrave coastline shifts. Lightning dances constant. Trust ground that hums, not that shines. Oracle sings through sorrow. Seek melody beneath screams. Robb repeated to fleet. Arya smirked. Melody beneath screams. My kind of lullaby. Caitlyn pressed tokens into each captain's palm. Woven threads of winter rose and dawnglass. Return. Sails bloomed. Lanterns flared. Fleet vanished into dawn-kissed horizon. Crossing proved harsher. Where waters once shimmered calm, now swells heaved slate-black under bruised clouds. Lightning cage glowed ahead, Stormgrave's eternal tempest, hurling forking strikes that danced across wave crests with furious beauty. Dawnrunner breached first line of squalls. Rain hammered deck, each drop smelling of ozone and salt. Lyanna gripped wheel beside Rylus, hair plastered. Steady! She shouted as hull shuddered under war swell. Dragons circled overhead, flame useless against rain but eyes sharp for shadowcraft. Inside Captain's cabin Sam pinned a storm map, plotting lightning intervals. Natha adjusted prism, capturing pulse of storm core. Storm heartbeats irregular, she noted. Warlocks warp sky here. Gullwing signaled sighting. Obsidian tower glimpsed between lightning sheets, perched on basalt cliff. Waves smashed base, sending spray dozens of feet skyward. Atop tower a single crystal spire flickered crimson black, corrupted heartstone, shards spider-veined. Foxglove darted ahead, archers launching larktone grenados. small dawn-glass globes that rang resonance to disrupt illusions. Spectral ships dissolved like mist, revealing warlock triremes rowing hard. Dawn Guard ballistae fired dawn steel bolts trailing mirrored ribbons. Hulls cracked. Dragons stooped. Drogon's flame met Stormshear, transformed into boiling steam that scoured warlock decks. Regal shrieked thunder, wing beats churning gale into vortex that overturned skiffs. Beacon's oath anchored windward, deploying storm anchors. Sunsteel weighted prisms glowing azure. Their resonance calmed surrounding chop, forging patch of eerily still water for landing craft. Lyanna, Arya, Jon, Natha, and select Leafblade Guardians leapt into longboat. Lightning flared overhead, revealing jagged stairway carved into cliff face. Arya grinned wild. Up we go. They climbed under sheets of rain, boots slipping but spears bracing. At summit a warped gate stood, obsidian arches scored by countless strikes. Warlocks in ruby scale stood rank, staffs of glass blood singing discordant hum that vibrated bones. Behind them towers heart crystal pulsed, cracks flashing corruption. Jon stepped forward, Longclaw whispering free. Lay down staffs. Warlocks hissed, eyes whale white. Their leader, gaunt woman with tattoos of spiral thorns, sneered. Lantern keepers come to douse flame? You know nothing of true dawn. Natha raised prism. Your dawn is dusk disguised. Warlocks thrust staffs. Bolts of black-red energy lanced. Lyanna's amulet flared, forming shield of soft rose light. Arya darted, needle flicking. Each time Warlock swung, she parried and sliced snarling vines that formed their magic glyphs. Jon and Guardians clashed steel with corrupted glass. Every impact rang disharmony, but Dawn's steel resisted fracture. Lyanna advanced toward Heart Crystal. Energy arced from cracks, seeking her. Amulet glowed bright. Prism responded, harmonizing. She heard Bran's whisper, melody beneath screams. She sang larktone, voice trembling but clear. Natha harmonized. Guardians joined, their cadence weaving through storm hell. Cracks stuttered. Corrupted heartstones hum faltered, flickers oscillating. Warlock leader shrieked, flinging last torrent of shadow. Drogon's roar shook tower. Flames streamed through open roof, guided by mirrored arrays on dragons' breastplates. Fire met larktone shield, blending into warm gold that wrapped crystal. For breathless moment, all noises ceased. Crack lines fused, corruption bled away in threads of smoke. Crystal cleared like dawn sky, a resonance note, pure, cascading, rang outward, rippling across storm clouds. Lightning receded, clouds parted. Above, sun burst through, painting tower in honey. Warlocks staggered, illusions stripped. Some collapsed in tears, as though freed of weight. The leader fell to knees, tattoos fading from thorn to vine bud. She looked up at Lyanna, voice no longer echoing despair. Oracle deceived us. Shadow claimed our grief. Lyanna offered hand. Walk in lantern light now. Woman accepted, fingers trembling. Storm outside dissipated, revealing archipelago ring of verdant isles once hidden. Sam from Dawnrunner shouted that resonance stabilized. They guided warlocks down cliff, where Regal and Drogon awaited on still surf. Warlocks wept at gentle wind they had not felt for decades. Back in Winterfell's Star Hall they convened final council. Warlocks, no longer corrupted, spoke of Oracle imprisoned beneath Stormgrave for centuries. Heartstone fragment twisted by fear. Light freed them. Oracle's voice now silent. They pledged service to Lantern Net. Tyrion quipped, even shadows enjoy redemption arc. Sansa drafted integration charter. Warlock scholars to steward storm monitoring, training to harness glassblood for healing rather than harm. Bran prophesied calm decades, but new horizons awaited beyond archipelago. Lands glimpsed by Heartstone echo. Children listened wide-eyed. Robb rose, silver in beard turned nearly white. We have sailed storms, silenced shadows, and witnessed dawn bloom over once hidden shores. Yet tasks remain. Lanterns must be tended. Harmony sung each dawn. He raised cedar goblet. Let future recall we chose light not once, but every day. Hall resounded with assent. Dawn bell tolled, reverberation carried through skylark net across towers, across heartstones, across seas to dawnhold and beyond. Aurora blossomed overhead though sun high, color dancing like promise. Lyanna, standing beside Natha, placed prism into dawnglass cradle on council dais. It glowed steady, no longer crimson but rose gold, melding bloodline of wolf, flame of dragon, heart of Verka. Arya winked at Ed. World's big. We'll need larger maps.
Ed smiled, unrolling a blank vellum. Sam dipped quill.
Let us begin. Outside, snowflakes drifted soft, melting on lanterns before they could settle. Winter remained, but fear none. Lantern keepers watched. Dawn sailed. And on distant wave, a new fleet readied, not for war, but for wonder. Moonlight draped Winterfell's battlements in argent lace, a shimmer that turned every patch of frost into milky glass. Robb Stark crossed the parapet alone, listening to the distant timbre of the dawn bell as it tolled the fourth nocturne. An hour when most souls slept and gods themselves seemed to breathe more deeply. But Winterfell did not slumber tonight. Across the ward came the muted clang of Gendry's night forge, the faint echo of dawnhold flutes drifting from the guest ranges, and the soft drone of ravens as they stirred within the rookery spire, unsettled by currents moving far beyond mortal ken. He paused at the northern turret. Far below, lantern towers sequenced their lull cycle. One pillar dimmed, another brightened, their glow sliding along the skyline like slow, luminous dominoes. To the west, a new beacon, Stormgrave's redeemed heartspire, throbbed with steady rose-gold pulses, each burst traveling the skylark net and arriving here a heartbeat later as a whispered hum through the stone. The network lived, breathing in 12-second intervals. Robb closed his eyes and felt the resonance tremble beneath his boots. There was comfort in the rhythm but also warning. Light this bright cast longer shadows. Footsteps approached, measured, light. Sansa wrapped a wool cloak tighter and joined him on the embrasure. Reports from King's Landing, she murmured, handing him a travel-creased scroll. A minor riot at Dragon Gate when the tower dimmed for lull phase. Merchants feared it meant storm. The city watch quelled it, but rumor spreads faster than song. Robb scanned the missive. Fear is patient, he said after a moment. It waits under any silence. Sansa leaned on the stone. Speak louder, then. He smiled, weary. Tomorrow we announce the Skylark Academy, a training hall in every regional capital. Teach anyone, small folk, lordlings, freed warlocks, to read resonance patterns, to hear the harmony. Knowledge won't erase fear, but it builds ladders above it. Education as lantern, Sansa mused. I like it. I'll draft charters at dawn. She hesitated. What of the Oracle's cipher? At that, Robb's jaw set. The Warlock's records, once decrypted, revealed shards of a darker symphony. Coordinates to vaults hidden in frozen canyons north of then. Rumors of a drowned library beneath Pike where echoes spoke in tongues of ice and void, and a single line referencing the Veilwell key, whatever artifact the last Oracle sought to complete her shattered night. The cipher ended abruptly, like a song cut mid-cadence. We send scouts, Robb said, quietly. If a Veilwell exists, we find it before shadows do. Sansa nodded, but her eyes flicked southward where clouds bruised the horizon. Arya will volunteer. She already did, Robb admitted. Dawn arrived pale blue, bleeding into rose along the weirwood's crowns. Snow had fallen in the night, but a warm wind off the shivering sea chased crystal flakes into fetters of steam. In the courtyard, Lyanna supervised steward crews loading sled teams bound for the gift, bark iron spares for tower dampers, seed grain of moonseeder, crate after crate of capacitors humming faintly. She turned at the sound of running feet. Arya jogged across the yard, cloak flaring, needle strapped, grin fierce. Your sleds point wrong way, sister, Arya called. Adventures north, not south. Lyanna laughed. Gift first, then north. Towers must breathe before we freeze our toes on canyon ridges. Arya loosed a mock groan, but her gaze slid to the largest crate stamped with a serpent root sigil and a fresh dawnwolf brand overlaying it. That for me. For us, Lyanna corrected. Harmony relay tuned for short bursts. If Bran's ravens can't pierce a whiteout, this prism might. Arya sobered. Veil well. Or myth, Lyanna countered, though doubt rang thin within. She squared shoulders. Winterwatch pass leaves in 4 hours. We'd best sharpen skates. Eastwatch by the sea had changed. Gone were the black-clad cloisters of old Night's Watch austerity. The new Dawn Guard fortress rose beside them, curved parapets inlaid with dawn-glass scales, each throwing sunrise across the frozen harbor. Yet the ancient wall remained, towering and grim, a spine of memory no warmth could erase. Beneath its shadow Jon Snow inspected sled triremes. Narrow hulls set upon runners of bark iron tipped with sun steel, sails of storm silk rigged to catch katabatic winds funneled off the wall's crest. Each bore a mirrored lantern mast. Natha arrived shrouded in furs dyed twilight indigo. Her prism necklace now nested within twin rings of cedar carved with runes for guide and receive. Heartbeat steady, she reported, pressing a finger to the prism. No discord since Stormgrave. Jon studied the horizon. Pale blue-gray sky, faint aurora ghosting midday. A sign Bran said meant high resonance. Hold the calm in your song, Jon advised. White storms echo discord first. They were joined by Tormund Giantsbane, beard grayer but frame still broad beneath patchwork bear pelts. He spit on the snow. Promises of light mean little where snow swallows sound, but wolves and free folk stand. He pointed beyond the palisade where a contingent of former wildling hunters strapped bundles of dragonglass-tipped spears onto sleds. Lyanna and Arya arrived last, leading the vanguard. Dawnhold leaf-blades, Verken marines, and half a dozen freed warlocks who carried dawn-forged staves glimmering amber. Ed Stormborn supervised final lashings, Samwell double-checking weather readings with a small heartstone barometer. Jon addressed them in the shadow of the wall. We strike for the frostbite canyons. Rumor claims a veil well hidden in ice catacombs older than giants. We move light, 2 nights out, 1 night to search, 2 nights home. If the storm's close, we signal with resonance flare. Dragons patrol overhead. He nodded skyward where Drogon and Regal circled, dark comets against low cloud. Tormund roared approval, smacking sled hull. Move, pups. North waits for no tail. The expedition slid across the white sea of snow like swift shadows. Dawnglass runners cut wind-packed crust. Storm silk sails snapped and billowed, propelling them over drifts and across jags of blue ice. Above, dragons escorted, periodic gusts of wing beats sending eddies of powder swirling into spirals that glittered in weak sun. On sled decks, lark-tone crystals hummed faint assurance, tethering them to the lantern net miles south. Lyanna guided lead sled, eyes fixed on the shimmering haze ahead, where the frostbite canyons carved labyrinthine scars in the northern plateau. Jon rode behind, long cloak streaming, ghost bounding silent across drifts, nose twitching for sense of danger. By nightfall they reached the first escarpment. Grand walls of icicle prism rock rose on either side, refracting the light of their mirrored lanterns into alien rainbows that danced along canyon floors. The sleds halted at a wind-sheltered alcove. Fires kindled, throwing amber against ice. Sam produced the prism barometer, watched the heartstone flex pulse. Resonance amplitude climbing, tower pulses bouncing strong. He looked to Natha, but something dampens echo ahead. Arya traced a dagger tip along ice wall, listening. Faint vibration thrummed, like distant drum muffled by snow. Heartbeat, but not ours. Jon frowned. Veilwell's call. At dawn they ventured deeper. Canyons narrowed until sleds scraped rock. Frost etched swirling glyphs on the ice walls, shapes echoing the Verken tear tattoos, but warped, bleeding into spider cracks that pulsed with faint indigo glow. Every few paces, shards of obsidian jutted like broken ribs. Lyanna pressed gloved hand to one. It vibrated, a low moan like someone crying below water. She withdrew, feeling tremor in chest. Canyon amplifies sorrow. Natha inhaled, closing eyes. She began a humming countertone, gentlest larktone cradle. The pulses dulled, cracks dimming to stillness. They advanced. At the canyon's throat the ice opened into a vast grotto lit by bioluminescent lichen. Stalactites of frozen smoke hung overhead. And in its center lay the Veil Well, a stone basin, half fountain, half meteorite, of black glass veined with violet fire. Runes spooled across its lip, serpent root entwined with spiral thorns. Sam stepped forward, pages fluttering in gloved hands. "Last oracle's sigil," he whispered. "Basin once filled with corrupted resonance." Arya circled, scanning shadows. No guardians, no traps, only hush heavy as midwinter midnight. Lyanna approached basin, prism glowing hot. She peered inside. Within, water shimmered, but surface reflected not their faces. It showed the lantern chain flickered out, towers dark, heartstone cracked. Ice-buried Winterfell and dawnhold, dragons frozen mid-sky. Horror wrenched her breath. She staggered back. "It shows fear." Jon stared into water, saw a different nightmare. One where walkers returned clad in dawn steel, blades forged from their own light. He clenched fists. Natha stepped beside them. "Shadow made mirror from our dread. Oracle trapped by grief fed it." She touched rim tenderly. "To heal, we must pour harmony." Altars around grotto held shattered flasks, evidence of warlocks' attempts. But dawn-glass capacitors remained intact on sleds. Lyanna signaled Ed and leaf blades. They placed capacitors equidistant, runes outward. Natha, Arya, and freed warlocks formed circle, humming larktone. Dragons overhead sensed resonance. Distant roars echoed canyon. Lyanna set prism into basin. Violet fire recoiled, water roiling. She began to sing. Slow, steady, melody of first dawn taught by Bran. Others joined, voices layering. Prism brightened, glowing rose gold. Capacitors absorbed discord, converting to warm hum. Cracks along basin sealed with light like molten honey. Water stilled. Reflections changed. Now basin showed lantern towers gleaming, heartstone bright, children playing in thawed valley where wall once cast gloom. Tears traced Lyanna's cheeks. Jon exhaled ragged. Natha bowed head, whispering thanks. But a new vibration shuddered through cave, low, guttural. Obsidian ribs in walls lit violet. From fissures emerged shapes. Shadowy silhouettes of warlocks still corrupted, lost to sorrow too deep. Their eyes seeped void, staves crackling with despair. Arya stepped forward, blade flashing.
No.
Jon raised Longclaw. "We defend harmony." Battle erupted in shimmering grotto. Larktone shielded basin. Capacitors pulsed protective bubble. Arya danced through foes, severing staves, each break releasing plume of sorrow that dissolved upward. Into frost dust. Jon parried strikes, his dawn steel blade sending ripples of resonance through opponents. Each pulse broke chains binding their souls, releasing shrieks that turned to sobs then to silence. Lyanna maintained song. Natha harmonized. Freed warlocks added counterpoint, weaving sorrow into lullaby. Eventually shapes dwindled, either fled into cracks or melted into mist. Silence fell. The basin pulsed once, sending pillar of rose gold far above grotto, piercing ice ceiling. On surface, dragons chorused. Towers along skyline flared bright simultaneously, though midday sun gleamed. Sam checked barometer, stable, harmonic. He grinned, tears of relief. "We did not silence Veil Well," he crowed. "We tuned it." Tormund hooped, shaking cave. "Bring me mead to sing with it." Lyanna retrieved prism, now cool. Basin water shone clear, reflecting real faces at last. Return to Eastwatch was triumphant yet bittersweet. They left guardians at grotto. Freed warlocks volunteered to steward Veil Well, maintain harmony. Dragons escorted convoy. Aurora danced midday. Winterfell received fleet with stillness. Snowfall soft, hearths glowing. In Star Hall, Bran listened to Lyanna's tale, eyes distant. "The last discord is silenced," he whispered. But song goes on. Robb embraced his daughter, head against hers. You found melody beneath screams. Weeks passed. Skylark Academy opened. Lantern Tower seminars filled with bakers, blacksmiths, warlock children reciting lark-tone scales. Fear faded into curiosity. One winter's night, Robb and Daenerys stood on wall. Snow drifted, melting on dragon-warmed stone. Daenerys placed his hand upon her stomach, eyes shining. Heartbeat, she murmured. He felt faint thrum. Another dawn promised. Below, lanterns cycled lazy. Heartstone pulses shimmered in horizon. Ice and fire, silk and steel, sorrow and song. They wove tapestry of tomorrow among stars. Far beyond shivering sea, new sails unfurled. Silver, emblazoned with twin crescent moons bonding a central sun. They rode west, following Skylark net like breadcrumbs, seeking lantern promised in dreams. But Winterfell slept unafraid, knowing light no longer belonged to kings or queens or prophecies, but to every voice willing to rise in chorus at the edge of dark. And when dawn came, as it always did, they sang. Starlight haloed the watchtower atop Winterfell's east wall, a quiet glow that flickered with each pulse of the Skylark net. Through its arrow-slit windows, the tower's lantern core breathed in slow, measured rhythm. 12 seconds dim, 12 bright, casting faint rose-gold arcs over the courtyard's snow. Robb Stark paused beneath the tower and traced a bare hand along the stone, feeling the low, thrumming vibration inside the granite. Before him sprawled the realm's newest map, stretched across a makeshift trestle table. Not parchment, but a sheet of dawn glass supple as sealskin, its surface alive with drifting light. Each lantern tower was a tiny ember, each resonance line, a shimmering thread, pulsing in time to the tower's hush-bright cycle. Dawnhold's heartstone formed the brightest ember, deep crimson at the map's edge. The freshly tuned veil well burned a soft violet. Robb's fingertips hovered over the frostbite canyons. Then he slid a brass ring, the stylized sunwolf sigil, westward, over empty sea. We need a tower in that gap, he murmured. Tyrion Lannister, perched on a collapsible stool, sipped steaming wine from a pewter thimble. Build one on a drifting iceberg. Draft giants to push it along Tiddelines. Lantern of many miles, mobile, marketable. Sansa, seated opposite, suppressed a smile. If the cost ledger is to be believed, we've stone enough to raise 2 more towers this year and 3 next. Perhaps one could indeed float on an atoll or a hull reef. Robb looked to Natha, who knelt cross-legged, palms poised over her prism. The opal glint danced across her brow. Verken builders will shape dawnglass to water, she said. Heart shards can be ring-forged, buoyed by bark iron struts. The sea becomes foundation. Tyrion tapped nose. There. Lantern of the rolling deep. He pointed to the blank sea. Anchor it where storms surge. They'll break against our light before licking the coasts. Outside, wind moaned across Merlin's. The watchtower pulse brightened. On the map, that tower ember flared in answer. Robb straightened. Then the rolling deep anchors here. He slid the ring half a league north of the shrouded shoals. And further west, still unknown. The wings of morning sail again come thaw. Lyanna will chart coordinates. We'll leave beacons behind like breadcrumbs. Sansa collected vellum ledgers, quill scratching. I'll draft requisition for floating caisson crews. She rose, cloak swirling, and paused at Tyrion. And perhaps remind the dwarfish treasurer not to drink the ink. Tyrion raised cup. Pitches black, tastes like soot. I'll stick to arbor gold. They departed down spiral stairs, conversation drifting. Robb lingered, studying map. A pulse from Valewell flickered violet. He frowned. That flicker repeated, 3 quick pulses. A pattern Bran had named Hushcall. Incoming message, urgency moderate. Robb touched the stone. Light spilled upward to form letters etched in air. Oracle dreams of 2 shadows circling. One sings, one devours. Trust the singer. Bran. Robb's breath clouded. Shadows again. He folded the message into memory, thumb tracing the word singer. Morning broke crisp and brilliant, sun glittering on fresh snow. In the training yard, a column of Free Brother Marines rehearsed quiet step forms with dawnhold leaf blades. Steel met bark iron with ringing grace. Gendry, hammer across shoulder, inspected new dawn steel edges. Arya perched atop a target post, bare feet gripping wood, demonstrating pivot/slash patterns. She moved like a swallow, each cut painting arcs through frost-heavy air. Jon Snow approached from the west gate, ghost trotting at heel. He carried a roll of dragonhide parchment. Snow trackers found new prints by the lonely lake, he told Arya once she leapt down. Small craft landed, 3 sets of boots, unknown tread. Arya's grin sharpened. Shadow scouts? Possibly. Jon glanced to dawning sky. Or traders testing harmony. He unrolled parchment. Sketches of prints, notes on spacing.
Bran sensed no discord.
Gendry shrugged. Either way, can't have strangers poking towers. We ride. Arya wiped blade on snow. After midday meal, south, the riverlands stirred with a different rhythm. Riverrun's great hall bustled with merchants, scholars, and stonemasons, all poring over river barge manifests. Edmure Tully, hair silver-streaked, thumped a tally staff. 200 jars of dawn-glass flux on barges from White Harbor. Arrival in a fortnight. Near the dais, Samwell adjusted spectacles. Flux for the rolling deep buoy, plus heart shard seeds. He tapped scroll. And my seedlings of moon-cedar, they'll root in sea spray soil. Lady Stoneheart, silent at hall's shadowed threshold, watched throng. Her scars softened in fireglow. She approached Edmure. Build faster, she rasped. I ride east tomorrow. Freys stir in the twins' ashes, restless. Edmure bowed. Dawn is a bomb, sister, but grudges linger. He offered her a ribbon embossed with Sunwolf. She accepted, fingers brushing neat lettering. Hearth before sword. 3 nights later, at Winterfell, a narrow-winged raven arrived from Eastwatch. Its message bore the mark of torment. Stranger approaching on foot from Ghostwood, bearing harp of dawn-glass, claims to sing tower awake. Robb summoned Jon and Lyanna to the solar. Jon read aloud, brow furrowed. Singer. Robb recalled Bran's note. Trust the singer. Lyanna tightened cloak. We go greet them. At dawn, a swift sled runner left Winterfell, carving frozen river paths under pale green aurora. Jon led, Lyanna at flank, Arya trailing unseen. They reached Eastwatch by midday, gulls circling, sea black-green. Tormund waited on gatehouse, broad grin splitting frost-clumped beard. Brought your songs, wolves? Inside, near tower base, a figure kneeled in snow. A cloak of feathered dawn-glass shards draped narrow shoulders. Their face soft, ageless ash-bronze skin, turned upward at approach. They held a harp of translucent crystal strung with silver-gilt hairs. Lyanna spoke first. You crossed Ghostwood unarmed? The stranger's voice carried quiet lilt, like wind through reeds. Unarmed, but not unvoiced. I am Hyrule, keeper of silent hymns. Heartstone called. Jon placed a hand on Longclaw hilt. Why seek towers? Hyrule rose. 2 shadows coil in far west swells. One sings, they call her siren of black shoals. She conjures dreams of sails aflame. The other devours, storm beast feeding on discord left behind. Heartstone sought messenger to warn lantern keepers. They extended harp. String resonates with siren's call. I follow harmony to quell storm beast. Lyanna's eyes narrowed. Siren of black shoals. Warlock or something else? Child of sea song, Hyrule answered. Once healer of Leviathan tides. Now lost in grief, turning waves against sun. Robb, reading this account later under starlight, traced finger across map yet blank west of Dawnhold. Shadows, singer, storm beast. A new horizon. Plans accelerated. The rolling deep buoy shipped from White Harbor on a hull reef grown of bark iron skeleton and dawn-glass roots. Giants and Verken engineers guided floating caisson along sea lanes, escorted by ironborn krakens and dawnhold wind sloops. Gendry's hammer had stamped each spar with a seal. Dawn for all. Capacitors thrummed, ready to anchor at coordinates south of Shrouded Shoals. Meanwhile, Winterfell's library wing buzzed. Sam spread tide charts. Hyriel sat cross-legged, plucking silent notes that shimmered in air as faint-colored wisps. Each note spun motes into geometric patterns, mapping unseen currents. Notha deciphered. Flows bending around Black Shoal Reef, pulses of discord. Bran, pallid, communed with ravens perched on beams. Storm Beast feeds on deviation, where harmony wavers. He opened eyes. We mend discord before beast forms. Sansa drafted rally missives. Synergy. Rolling Deep's first pulse must align with Harp's healing chord. If we misstep, we swell the storm. Robb convened High Council. Fleet to launch at Thaw's crest. We sail Rolling Deep west to intercept Siren, anchor new beacon, and weave her song into net. Arya twirled needle. If Siren resists? Daenerys stood, Drogon's black scale cloak shimmering. Then dragons sing too. Thaw arrived swift. Rivers cracked, ice drifting like fragmented mirrors toward the sea. Wings of morning, plus the floating lantern Rolling Deep, gathered off Dawnhold's warm coast. The latter loomed, a circular platform of heart-glass ribs rising from sea like blooming lotus, central spire crowned with mirrored globe. Dawnglass fins extended beneath water, spinning slowly, harvesting tide energy. Lyanna strode across gangplank, marveling at resonance that hummed under sandals. Prism at her throat pulsed in time. Hyriel waited at center dais, harp slung across back. Runes glimmered faint. Storm Beast stirs, they said. We sail now.
Fleeten furlet sai, dragon liskai.
Rolling Deep glided, buoyancy shifting with each tide pulse, until open ocean swallowed all horizon behind. Days blurred, sunsets drenched in violet, nights of star nets. Hyriel taught crew to hum subharmonic chorale, hush-stitch intervals weaving with skylark pulse. Sam recorded each variation. Notha tuned capacitors. Arya led boarding drills. Jon sparred with freed warlocks, dawn steel flashing. On seventh day, sea grew strange. Swells shimmered oily black, reflecting no sky. Air smelled of coral rot. At dusk, far ahead, a low mournful keening wafted across waves. A voice of raw grief, as though ocean itself cried. Hyriel's eyes misted. Siren. Lyanna ordered sails reefed partway, lantern towers on tall masts shifting to lull glow. Rolling Deep drifted into gloom. Dragons spiraled overhead, uneasy. Moon rose blood orange, and then the sea opened. From depths rose a shape. A fortress-like reef thrusting up, spears of basalt crowned by black coral towers slick with brine. Atop central spire crouched a figure. Woman outlined but colossal, hair streaming kelp, skin shimmer pearl. She sang. Each note rippled scarlet across water. Ships creaked, lantern glass rattling. Discord surged. Capacitors flared crimson erratic. Storm clouds swirled, arms of thunder chasing waves. Out of vortex soared shadow-wing shapes. Storm Beast forming. Composite of void, lightning, screaming wind.
Ira el stram d'arp, pure cristalline cord.
Crew hummed lark tone. Rolling Deep spire emitted steady rose-gold beam aimed at Siren. Light met scarlet waves, clashing in violet burst. Siren's song wavered, changed pitch, grief turning to surprise. Lyanna lifted prism high. We come to weave your sorrow, not shatter it, she called, voice amplified along beams. Break Storm's jaws, join dawn. Siren's eyes, vast pools of black milk, focused on prism. Notes faltered. Storm Beast reared, screech of crumbling cliffs. Daenerys urged Drogon down. Dragonfire ringed Rolling Deep, vaporizing black foam. Regal exhaled green flame, carving corridor through lightning. Hyriel walked to edge platform, harp glowing. They sang countermelody, soothing, coaxing. Each chord wove into Siren's motif, shifting minor despair into aching major hope. Crew joined. Lantern towers synchronized, net broadcasting lull cycle. Siren's fingers pressed coral throat. Crimson waves faded to pink, then to pearly hush. Storm beast convulsed. Lioness slammed dawn steel spear into deck's resonance node. Pulse surged through rolling deep, shot upward, and snared beast in lattice of light. Beast howled, but light corrected disharmony. It shrank, ripped into stray wisps of cloud that rained harmlessly into sea. Silence fell. Siren swayed, diminishing to scale of mortal woman, still luminous. She stepped onto water, walking toward rolling deep as if on glass. Dragons landed, wings furled. Robb would later read transcripts. Siren, once healer of deep reef, lost kin to Warlock's experiments. Heartstone shards poisoned currents. She guarded black shoals in grief, shaping storms to ward intruders. Hyriel's harmony pierced loneliness. On deck, Siren knelt, voice soft, carrying undertow's power. I sang storms, not knowing dawn listens. Will dawn mend shattered reef? Lina extended hand. Dawn mends what sings. Siren rose, touching prism. Luminous tears fell, sizzling on dawn glass, fusing cracks unseen. I will keep deep lantern beneath waves, she vowed. Song of tide. Rolling deep's platform pulsed, acknowledging new node. Weeks later, rolling deep anchored south of shrouded shoals as first floating beacon. Siren and Hyriel shaped coral glass heart in submerged keel, tuned to net. Mariners swore seas calmed radius of 10 leagues. Fleet returned through corridors of shimmering calm. At dawnhold, guardians lined spires, singing welcome. Ravens carried news to Winterfell. Sea healed, shadows sung into light. Robb received letter with quiet joy. He convened small circle beneath weirwood. Lantern net spans seas and depths, he told those gathered. Catelyn, Bran, Tyrion, Stoneheart. But song must carry inland. Mountain gorges, desert wastes, steppe winds. We seed heart shards along rivers, erect sky mirrors on dune crests, build harmony halls in every village. Tyrion raised brow. A lantern overhead is useful. A lantern inside the rib cage, invaluable. Bran whispered, ravens rustling. When all hearts hum, shadows fade. Catelyn brushed Ned's statue. Let children carry song. Years unspooled. Dawnnet expanded, linking continents. River barges bore heart-glass crystals. Desert caravanners became lantern wardens. Siren's deep reef beacon guided pearl divers and Leviathan teams harvesting coral for medical salves. Rolling deep traveled on currents, anchoring where storms brewed, calming. At Winterfell, a new structure rose behind Godswood. The chorus hall, an amphitheater of dawn glass petals, its roof open to sky. Their children of all lands gathered each equinox to sing net harmonics, a ritual-sustaining harmony. Dragons wheeled overhead, giants rumbled bass line. Warlocks, healed, directed choir with staves turned tuning forks. Robb, hair silver, stood with Daenerys, now mother of 3. Their eldest, Rena Snowfire, stepped onto stage, prism on breast. She lifted hands, choir hushed. She began a note, serene, bright. One by one voices joined, weaving tapestry of dawn. Above, skylark net brightened global arc lanterns shimmered. Heartstones pulsed. Sea breathed calm. On remote hillside, Stoneheart listened, scars easing. In dawnhold spire, Natha smiled, tears shining. On deep reef, Siren's voice rapped choir, unseen but felt. Harmony soared, echoing through weirwood leaves, skimming dragon wings, descending into caverns where shadow memories lay. Dissonance trembled, then settled, taught its place within greater chord. And across the wide, ever-turning world, dawn rose. Not as war's aftermath, but as daily choice, each voice intertwining. Script of sound without subtitles, luminous, unending.